Welcome everyone to day 2 of Virtual MicroLux, or VML for short. And I want to thank everyone yesterday who joined us on the first day and made it really special. I think we had some really great engagements yesterday. My name is Rich Park, the founder of MicroLux and from What's on the Wrist. I'm also one of your hosts this weekend, along with Ariel Adams, the founder of aBlogtoWatch. aBlogtoWatch was started since 2007 and is really one of the original watch bloggers, and Ariel is certainly the voice, we could say, and the face of the watch industry. He's certainly one of the most respected names out there. I don't think anybody who...
Whole industry, huh?
The whole industry. So if anyone, I think it's almost synonymous. You go Ariel Adams, watches. Kind of like Stallone in action films back in the day.
I've been typecast, it's true.
You've been typecast. And he also has some really great merch from aBlogtoWatch they're doing this time. I know that he's got like this Loom t-shirt, and I'd love to be able to show you this light up. But this is available on aBlogtoWatch, right, along with those watch wallets? Or?
We now have what we call a gift store for watch lovers, not a watch store. We will not sell watches because that's what our clients do. But there is an enormous universe of items, accessories, artwork, apparel that we've imagined up over the years, and we're starting to sell those as an addendum to what we do normally as a media company. So this shirt that I'm wearing, I am a non-amateur horologist. That would be what we call the iconic dial shirt that you were showing, and not all versions of it, but this one specifically, and others have Loom ink, special Loom ink that we source, so it glows in the dark. It's very, very cool. And then I'm holding here a couple of pouches. These are individual watch pouches made uniquely by us in Hungary, high quality material. And these are the types of things that we're making. We don't want to have like the watch roll store or watch strap store, things like that. Just sort of select cool things. We have some artwork as well, a lot of things in the mix. Thank you for allowing us to talk about the aBlogtoWatch store. But today, it's not about the aBlogtoWatch store. It's about our many, many brands. And we actually have a great interview with one of our lead sponsors right now. Did you think that the conversations yesterday did what we were meant to do, and that is to bring the watch brands closer to the community, seeing the personalities, really getting a sense of who's behind these brands? Yeah,
definitely. I think we were well received yesterday. The engagement was really great. I think we accomplished what we wanted to do to set out from the beginning. Because these are rough times right now. We missed out on the in-person events. This enabled us to not go a whole year without providing the energy and the food for watch fans.
So if we can't see you, at least you can see us, right?
That's right. It's the next best. It's the next best thing. But before I forget, we're really proud and excited to introduce our other host who will start joining us today for the rest of the weekend, Victoria Gamelski, and she's the editor-in-chief of JC Magazine, which you're very familiar with.
JCK.
JCK, which is the largest and oldest trade publication for the jewelry and watch industry.
My favorite story about Victoria is, so her last name is Gamelski, and there is a watch collection from the brand Shinola, which they named after her, and maybe she'll tell the story more.
Are you kidding? I did not know that.
No, so she was meeting with them, and they were showing her these new ladies' pieces. This is the way I heard the story, and I don't know if they didn't have a name or if they had a name she didn't like, but bottom line, they just decided to call the entire collection the Gamelski. And I told Victoria, I was like, I hope you at least got a few watches out of it.
Absolutely, that's a great story. Fascinating. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that. I didn't know that. But her work has been seen everywhere. Robb Report, Hollywood Reporter, Wall Street Journal, and like we mentioned yesterday, everything except Highlights Magazine. And we're really excited to see her, and you'll be introduced to her a little later today. Virtual Micro.
Just laughing about
Highlights Magazine.
The one publication do you think? It's watches and jewelry. There's plenty of ones, but
well, it's the only one. It seems like she hasn't been in. So the only one. Who remembers that from back in the day? It was always in the doctor's office. You still subscribe.
I have a kid, so I have a bunch of these things. I have the ones from when I was a kid. I gave here. These are 30 years old. Enjoy.
So Highlights is still around.
I don't know. I believe so. I guess.
But she's a really great personality, and we're looking forward to having her come on. Virtual MicroLux is the very first virtual watch event in the U.S., so we're really proud of that, and we will return to in-person events once we're able to do so.
Maybe you'll like this so much you won't want to do it anymore.
Maybe this way. You guys can tell us how much...
It'll be a real event, but you'll be in a room somewhere broadcasting live, but not actually meeting with anybody.
Sure, we could try that. Our reel's full of ideas today. So yesterday we started off with Linde Werdelin learning about a watch company from their perspectives and seeing watches. Today we are going to kick it off with eBay, and I'd like to thank our sponsors, eBay, Bhindi Jewelers, and Breitling. And we're going to kick it off with Tarath Kamdar, the GM of luxury for eBay, and he's going to help us out with ways to navigate through eBay with their watches, and Ariel's going to also have really great conversations with them. So let's welcome Tarath Kamdar from eBay.
Hey guys, great to be here.
Hi Tarath. So eBay, it's great to have you here. I know that eBay is such a big global company. Now you have 182 million active buyers, 1.5 million products that are sold. You're in over 190 global countries. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, eBay has grown so much over the years, and especially how during this pandemic time as well. And having 182 million active buyers, and also seeing strength in our different categories as watches, it's very exciting.
And you also recently celebrated eBay's 25th anniversary, so congratulations on that. And the first question I want to ask you is sort of the elephant in the room within the watch industry, and that's a $2,000 authenticity guarantee, which my understanding is any watch that costs $2,000 or more, it gets vetted. And that process means it goes from the seller to a center that inspects the watches, make sure it's exactly as advertised, and then from there, it reaches the buyer. Is that correct?
That is correct. So what we've launched about a month and a half or so ago, and which we're now scaling up, is authenticity guarantee on eBay. We partnered up with one of the leading watch experts, watchmakers in the US, where all the watches actually that are sold that are above $2,000 or more, when you purchase those, they don't directly go from the seller to the buyer. They actually go through the authenticator first. They get verified, checked to ensure that you're getting a real watch. But more than that, if it said it had the original box, making sure you're getting that original box. If it said it has certain collateral, you're getting that as well. So you can shop confident on eBay. And then the buyer receives it knowing that, hey, I just got the real thing with the authenticity guarantee card from eBay, which is really exciting for the buyers, as well as sellers are enjoying it as well.
Sure. So one final question on that. That is an important process, and I know that I would feel a lot safer receiving a watch that way. But how long of a delay would that cause than previously where it went directly from the seller to the buyer?
So we're turning around all the watches within our authenticator under 48 hours right now. So it's not causing that much extra delay. But if you want to wait, let's say an extra 3 days, and hey, I just bought a $10,000 watch, it's better to know that you're getting a $10,000 watch that's fully vetted versus getting it and then having to deal with the headaches of, hey, is this really real? I have to go take it to my own authenticator, deal with trying to return it. Well, let us just vet it for you so you don't have to deal with those headaches, and it's worth that extra time and that peace of mind.
I totally agree with you.
Tara, thanks for the explanation. I want to step back a little bit and talk about some of your previous experience and how you've rolled that into eBay. So when you and I first got to know each other, it was when you were co-founder of TrueFacet, which was a retailer of watches and jewelry online. And my first question is, what did you learn from that experience about the consumer and the seller that you applied to this very important position at eBay?
Absolutely, great question. Yeah, we co-founded True Facet, which exited in early 2019, and what we learned was buyers are starting to, especially the next generation of buyers, they're looking for not only watches, but they're looking to understand the stories around the watches and how it emotionally connects with them, right? And secondhand market, the pre-owned market, we noticed it's growing much faster than the brand new market. So how do you buy secondhand market knowing that authenticity and customer service and the experience is so critical? And then the seller side, it's how do you take care of sellers and help them reach that next generation of digital buyers? So as you know, the industry and the brands themselves have been really slow to adopt, right? And so we learned a ton, especially getting some of the brands on board at True Facet and the seller community to really help them optimize and list very fast to get that to the buyers. And now we're bringing that at a whole level of scale at eBay, right? With the going back to Rich's early point, 182 million active buyers, right? A Rolex product is viewed every single couple seconds on eBay.
Oh, wow.
I think at that scale, we not only want to make sure that we're able to offer and reach that next generation, but we're adding things like content. We launched something called Channels, where we actually have content that you can read about the watches and the stories as you're shopping to get you that emotional connection. We just spoke about authenticity guarantee. And this is just a starting point, right? We're looking forward to the next 25 years ahead as well.
Tara, you are the general manager of luxury at eBay, and I understand that this is a new position. Why was such a position necessary, in your opinion?
Yeah, so eBay is actually now, we're really focusing on doing right by every single category, especially in categories such as high spending categories like luxury. So watches, handbags, jewelry, sneakers, these are really critical categories that have that emotional experience that we want to focus. We have currently developed an entire team that's purely focused on watches, product engineering resources, and including money that's completely being developed to improve the customer experience. And this has never been done before at eBay. And so I'm excited to be here to drive that, because eBay has that opportunity to really improve that customer experience, and that's what we're going to do in 2021 and beyond.
My experience with eBay began probably just as I began becoming a watch collector. I think the two were actually synonymous, because I used eBay as a research tool, a discovery tool, and I've always found the amount of watches and information on eBay to be staggeringly impressive. It's endless. But it is true that if you are not a seasoned collector or know what you're doing, you can run into situations where you're not quite sure what you're getting on eBay. And to someone who's an enthusiast, that's part of the charm, right? Because it's a hunt. Is this the right deal for me? But there are instances where people, especially less experienced ones, can find themselves getting something that they didn't necessarily think was what they were getting. And so my understanding is that adding these extra pieces to that experience, the authenticity guarantee, as well as the new escrow service that has just been launched, is really there to protect the integrity of the purchase process, because you want basically people to be happy every time that they purchase on eBay. And that level of security is something that is not only important, but it looks across the industry and e-commerce in general, the notion of making sure that the consumer has absolute assuredness in what they're getting. This is part of a bigger trend, isn't it?
It is a part of a bigger trend, right? And if you've seen, look, there are a lot of counterfeits, and counterfeits are even getting better and better. They're floating around the world, right? And we at eBay want to stop that. And it is part of a bigger trend, because the resale market, the secondhand market, is part of a bigger trend, right? Growing faster than the new market, where brands are even themselves are just starting to figure out how to get involved. And so for us, knowing that the pre-owned market, and eBay being one of the largest, if not the largest in the US, having that pre-owned inventory online, right, over 165,000 pieces alone, is we want to make sure that we're building the right set of tools and services so people can A, transact very seamlessly and without friction, and B, making sure it's a trustworthy transaction. But Ariel, to another point, this is not only for buyers, it's for sellers as well. Sellers want to be protected, not only industry retailers and industry dealers, but also people who are selling their inventory on eBay wants to ensure that they're going to sell and they're going to get paid, and they don't have to deal with buyers that are potentially fraudulent. And this process also protects the seller, which is exciting.
So let's talk about some of these suite of services. We mentioned the authenticity guarantee. If the watch goes for $2,000 or more right now in the United States, it passes through this third-party authenticator. if a watch transaction is $10,000 or more, you now actually require an escrow process where the money first is being held and the watch also, of course, is checked. And once both of those things are okay and the buyer and seller say, I got what I expected, you then you follow through and you complete the transaction. What are some of the other features that people should know about buying watches on eBay and making it safe and reliable and also, I think, more exciting right now because there's less to worry about?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, let's talk about escrow. Escrow is just starting to roll out, right? Where you're going to see it over the next 2 to 3 weeks, starting to show up more on eBay site. And you can now transact using the escrow service where you know your money is going to be held in the middle, while the buyer will be able to inspect the watch, and seller knows that the money is already being received, so they don't have to worry that the money is not going to be received by them. And that's a win-win, especially when you start selling very, very high-end pieces, $50,000, $75,000 and above. And we're gonna go ahead, Rich. Oh, I thought you wanted to ask a question.
Oh no, I did want to ask you, how is that being received so far by the buyers? The new authenticity guarantee.
It's actually being received really well. We're seeing strong feedback. What we do is, and there's another new norm, we want to make sure every buyer had a happy experience. We actually reach out to every single buyer after they have received their watch to see how satisfied they are, and making sure that we're constantly getting that feedback to not only like make sure they're happy, but also keep improving our own processes. So eBay, for example, we have a system now where on every week we're assessing what else can we keep doing for the buyer, what else can we keep doing for the seller, and constantly building our systems and processes against that.
As I hear you say all these things, I recognize there's a huge element of human effort involved. And again, another trend, especially in Silicon Valley, is automating everything, have the algorithm do it and not a human being.
Yeah.
And it sounds like eBay is using the more traditional approach, which I actually think is better, which is using people. But the question is, how difficult is this to scale? Thinking about the number of watches that are on eBay, the number of transactions that happen on a daily basis, tell us a little bit about your plans to scale all this, because it's great at 10 transactions a day, but at 100,000, that's a lot, but 1,000 transactions a day, 5,000 transactions a day. Explain a little bit to us in the community how eBay plans to scale this to ensure everything works across all these transactions.
Oh, absolutely agree. I mean, especially when we look at stats here, like one Rolex product being sold every 3 minutes on eBay.
Wow.
Right. And so most Rolexes, as we know, are above $2,000. And as a result, that's going to go right through the authenticator. So no, we've actually built some great, leveraging as much technology as we can, and our technology will keep improving on this as we keep learning more and more on where we can automate. But as you both know, you're not going to be able to visually scan and see if the inside of a watch has real movements or not. That still has to be physically inspected. And so we're as we process watches, we're also learning on how to speed up the process where necessary. Our facility is expandable, and we will continuously expand it to make sure we're meeting scale way in advance, because we don't want a single watch to go through if it hasn't gone through the authenticator that's eligible for this program. Right. Yeah. So we're expanding the necessary watchmakers and authenticator watch experts as necessary way in advance, assuring that we're meeting those demand needs, Ariel.
That's very good to know, Tirath. You mentioned earlier that eBay, in addition to creating all these tools, is creating more storytelling and content. Now, as a media person who's been doing that and communicating the stories of watches for years, I know that that's a process which not only cannot be scaled or automated, but requires a particular type of mentality. Is eBay potentially taking on too much, or is it going to continue to leverage the wide media community which already exists to help doing some of that storytelling? Because I think what happens a lot is the watch industry is a real community, but in the tech sphere, brands and companies tend to want to be vertically integrated and do everything themselves, and that can be a conflict of interest. So make some reassuring words to the media people out there, such as myself, as well as all the various personalities and collectors, that they will have a part in all this.
Oh, absolutely. So as we look into 2021, we're actually looking into how we really go more into community as well as the content by the community. So what we already launched, and it's available on the eBay app. It's called Watch Channels. So you can actually have a shopping channel experience. We are currently leveraging community content, not eBay content, to show the stories behind the different shopping experiences on eBay. So yes, we are leveraging and we are building our community on that. It's not really eBay written content, it's actually third-party content, and we want to bring more and more of that in, and we're constantly working on thinking through what are the other types of potential partnerships and community development efforts we can do. Because our number one goal, and especially with me coming in as a GM of luxury, so we want to be connecting with the communities. It is very important for eBay to be connecting with the community. If you already think about it, look at the current time we live in, right? I'll give you a perfect example. The pandemic time where foot traffic in many retail stores have been very slow, or sad to see many stores have had to close their doors. And what we're finding is that we're helping retailers and other sellers build their stores online. eBay has always been a place to help that selling community, right? Especially at a time as this, we're helping, like we're bringing on a store that has 30 or more shops across their regions to primarily deliver their inventory through eBay and build their brand through eBay when they know they have no foot traffic and their stores are pretty close. And we're doing more and more of that to really help the seller community and tell their stories to the buyers as well.
Let me talk about that a little bit more, because I think it's an important point to make. Yes, of course, that eBay has all these amazing tools for buyers, but for sellers, it's an interesting ecosystem as well. A lot of stores got their start by having an eBay storefront, and now a lot of stores, like you said, in addition to their traditional brick and mortar business, have an eBay store and sell a lot through there. I think the important thing to point out, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on, is how eBay works with the existing players as opposed to replacing them. Companies like Amazon, for example, have a reputation for displacing a lot of traditional businesses. Right. eBay, I think, is a different player that has a little bit of a different relationship. Explain a little bit about how you can empower traditional businesses and not threaten them.
eBay currently in this category, if you really think about it, we do not invest and own our own inventory, right? We really, really want to build the brand as well as help them get sell through on eBay through third parties. So the things we do for them, for example, are we help them do different marketing events. We even did an Instagram Live with one of our big sellers to help them build their brand through the eBay Instagram channels. When we onboard new sellers, we help them get into different positioning on our site and how can they sell not only their inventory, but show their store name, show their stories behind the store, add content behind their store, right? And these are things that I haven't really seen other types of big online players invest into this. Our team, for example, in watches, we're talking to the selling community every single week. We talk to our sellers, trying to find out what are some of their problems, how else can we help you, what more can we do for you and learn from you? Because the way we see this is we got to go get through these challenges together. It's not just one versus the other. It's like, how do we get through this together and keep building businesses going forward? And eBay has always been known for this since day one of the company's founding, right?
One of the things that I think is also important to discuss is the individual who has a watch to sell themselves. eBay, from the beginning, as you mentioned, was a platform where you could sell something you had directly to someone else that wanted it, a peer-to-peer platform. And over the years, it's expanded. And of course, there's a lot of dealers and stores that are selling to consumers on eBay. But in the watch space specifically, if you are a person that has a watch to sell, it's challenging and sometimes scary. And a lot of people choose to sell it to a dealer who then sells it to someone else. But eBay empowers people to sell directly to other peers and has relatively low costs. eBay has always been very reasonable with the costs that it have, especially compared to something like a traditional auction house. So talk a little bit to the person who has a watch and is thinking to themselves, I want to sell that to someone else like me, or maybe I have a bunch of watches I want to sell. But speak directly to that person and explain to them some of the tools and the offerings that eBay has.
Yeah, no, that's great. So let's say you have a beautiful $10,000 Rolex that you want to sell, for example, right? The great offering on eBay is one, first of all, we have if not the most competitive rate to sell on eBay at that price point, especially with our new payments platform. So we are having the lowest rates there. We make it very seamless for you to list. You can list your watch really quickly. But if you now think about it, the authenticity guarantee program actually becomes a great benefit for you, because before people had to rely on reviews. Like, does this person have reviews?
Right.
How as a buyer do I know if they have a real watch? And as a seller, you don't want your watch to sit there and not get that sell through because you don't have the reviews. But at the same time, you might be very much afraid of, are you going to sell a watch and deal with a fraudulent buyer and actually get paid? And with the authenticity guarantee program, now the seller knows that their watch is going to go through there. Buyer feels like, great, it's going to get checked by a third party that's an expert. And as long as the watch is not counterfeit, it's going to get to the buyer, and you are fully protected against any chargebacks for counterfeit purposes. And that's the exciting thing.
Those are very attractive things.
Very, very low rate. Yeah.
So if I'm new to eBay and I'm looking for an Omega Speedmaster, for example, what would be the best starting point for me?
Right. So the best starting point is to go into the watches category, and or you can just search, just use the search bar, Omega Speedmaster, and then look for the authenticity guarantee badge. It's a blue check mark as you start shopping across the site. Okay. That you'll see that those watches are part of the authenticity guarantee program. As time goes on, we are going to start adding more and more watches, including watches from other countries, because we do plan to expand this to have global watches being able to be purchased by US buyers as well. Another thing great for the buyer side is we have no buyer fees, right? So we do not charge a single buyer fee for a watch purchase on eBay.
So let's talk a little bit about culture, right? Because you've learned a little bit about the Swiss European watch culture. You know a little bit about sort of the watch collecting culture. You learned a little bit about the watch retailer culture. But now you've learned about the eBay culture, and of course eBay isn't a watch company, but you said they're serious about watches, and I've used eBay for most of my watch purchases, to be honest. But tell us a little bit about the culture inside. You know, how does Silicon Valley see the traditional watch industry? What are the people like? What is the mentality? Give us a little bit of a humanizing side of eBay.
No, it's great. And one thing I found here is that, and this is one thing that drew me to eBay, was really about the people. Like, that's the most important thing. We're very collaborative. We're very hands-on together. We have a vision that we want to deliver great experiences. We're going to find ways to do that together, and very open-minded, right? So, and that's important to your point, Ariel, right? Like, open-minded to understanding, in this case, the watch community, the watch culture, and how else can we get more involved in those communities? How else can we help that community be more involved in eBay, especially in times like this? So, no, I think it's been great, and this is just a starting point. Like, what we're doing right now in watches, and we believe it's been a lot already over the last 3 to 6 months. There's a lot more to come in 2021, and we're not stopping, which is great. It's going to be great for sellers and buyers, and I'm very excited for the next 25 years ahead.
You're a data person. I know this. We've talked about this a lot, and eBay has more data on watch interest and purchases probably than anyone else. And I don't know if you have any of this on the top of your mind, but do you have any information about current trends that might be interesting, surprising? Of course, we're in a pandemic right now, so luxury purchases for a lot of different reasons are down, and luxury purchases for other reasons are up. But what can you tell us about how the world is spending their time on watches, selling, buying? Give us a little insight about what's going on.
I mean, we're still finding there's strength in the category, right? Because, look, people are sitting at home, slowly starting to get out, but there is still the buyer out there sitting at home. But where are they buying? They're actually, I've always had this saying, and personally, like, what's that first store you go to? The first store you go to is online before you ever go offline, right? You're going to look for information online. You're going to search for it online. You're going to learn about it online. You may go to an offline retailer and make that purchase, or you may finish your purchase online. If you look at the resale market, right, it's growing from close to almost $36 billion it's expected to grow to in 2024, from over $7 billion to where it's at right now. And that means it's still growing fast, right? And we believe in 2021 that's going to continue. And eBay wants to be there to help not only the retailers reach that consumer when they're sitting on their sofa at their home during a pandemic and making that purchase, but we're seeing purchases are still there. I mean, I'll give you an example. In 2020, we've seen sales that's a $125,000 Panerai, a $98,000 A. Lange & Sons. People are still making these heavy, high-end purchases of not just the main brands that you know, where 40% of our watch sales are of Rolex, and that still stays to be strong. But it is exciting to see that other brands outside of Rolex are also seeing a good, healthy sales trend, especially on eBay.
I want to ask your opinion about something. On eBay, when you're looking at watches, you're going to see watches from essentially two different types of sellers. One type of seller is a dealer that makes their business selling watches, and another type of seller is an individual who might sell watches once in a while, but is mainly a consumer and a collector. The question is this: what do you think is a healthy mix in terms of what people see? You mentioned Omega Speedmaster a few minutes ago, and people are going to search for Speedmasters, and of course, those are going to be represented by dealers who are selling them as well as individuals. So what do you think, for a user perspective, is a healthy mix in terms of seeing watches sold by dealers versus sold by other peers?
I think the healthy mix is all depending on, again, the brand and category, right? Like, you're right. We could go online, and I'm just using this as an example, could have 1,000 Omega Speedmasters when you search it, right?
Probably more.
Yeah.
More.
Yeah.
It's probably a lot more, right? And searching Submariners the other day, I think it was 7,000 to 8,000, if I'm not mistaken. And it's interesting. That's a lot of stuff to get through. But that's why we've not only added, but we're continuously adding more filters, right? Just better filtering down to ensure, like, hey, are you looking for one with box or papers, as an example? Are you looking for a certain year? Are you looking for certain price ranges? And of course, it's very important to look for that authenticity guarantee badge. But we want to make sure that if a dealer, a retailer, a brand, or a consumer wants to put their inventory on eBay, that there is a home for their inventory. And we want to be able to give the buyers the search tools to be able to go find that right piece fit for them. And we've also, on top of that, now have a dedicated customer service team for watches. So if you need help, we have a dedicated customer service team for watches, both even like during your purchase and after a purchase, to really ensure that you're going to get what you want.
So what does that customer service team do? You said there's a dedicated team. These are, of course, not salespeople. They're there to help. Tell us about some of the reasons why you need a dedicated team for the watches category.
Absolutely. And they're not salespeople. We're not trying to like have salespeople. We want people to help you now get through any situations or issues or questions you may have on how to purchase on eBay. If you have any things you need to deal with the seller, or the seller needs to deal with the buyer, they're there to kind of help you and make sure they fully solve for that. And at the same time, ensuring that you're finding the watch you really love, right? And we've even recommended watches. Folks want recommendations, right? They may have an idea of a direction they want to go. Let's talk about a Rolex Submariner. But then the question is what type and what might be fit. And we've given recommendations to folks as well.
How do people contact this customer service team exactly?
There's a call me feature on eBay, and if you use a call me feature within watches, and you'll get contacted. So you don't even need to worry about calling us. We'll just call you.
Interesting.
And also use an email.
That sounds like a fun customer service job. So is one of the prerequisites to have pretty strong watch knowledge, especially if you're going to make a recommendation to someone? How important is having that watch knowledge for
People
that
want these
particular
jobs
job?
now, right?
Yeah.
Bunch of watch lovers think, I'd love that job.
I'm going to send my application to you and right after the show.
If you're lucky, Rich will call you and he'll talk watches with you.
Right. And recommendations are like something new for us. It's happening at a small level, something we are going to keep looking into. But we have our internal, we have some watch experts at eBay as well. So we use different channels to help making sure the person that's helping you on the phone is getting the right information to recommend a watch from you. So
Sure.
So that's been great. And we're going to keep advancing this as we grow forward. This is some of the excitement.
What is it about watches that makes them such a good test ground for these types of more complicated transactions? It's not just eBay that has focused a lot on watches. Other companies as well have to see sort of if they can do it right in the watch category. What is it about watches that make them such a great test for these types of more complicated e-commerce scenarios?
I think it's a test. I think it's now a consumer that's actually going online and more comfortable of making that high-end purchase online, right? And so, yes, for e-commerce, I think many companies are testing it. At eBay, we don't consider this a test. This is for us a very serious category and a focus category. And it's also, there's a major trend that consumers wanting more and more of these purchases online. Think about it. Think about how many stores if you need a specific pre-owned model, how many places do you have to go offline before you even find the one you want, versus going to one central destination and finding it from a seller all in one place. And that seller could have been in a whole different state, right? Or a different country. And being able to get that in one place, I think that's been really special.
Let's talk again about the sellers. I think this is important. What types of incentives or tools are you giving to retailers or sellers that may have not been on the eBay platform in the past, but you're going to them and say, hey, you might want to consider being on eBay now? How are you incentivizing them?
Yeah, so we launched, I would say right on September 9th, one of the lowest fees, if not the lowest fees out there. The most competitive fees for higher end inventory, especially of watches over $8,000. There's probably nobody else that are beating our fees right now. So we want them to get more money into their pocket, right? We are covering the cost of authentication. We are not charging anyone for it. eBay pays for the cost. The seller just has to pay for that first shipping leg to the authenticator. eBay pays for everything else. We will pay for the authentication. We'll pay for the shipping to the end buyer. It's secure delivery with signature required. The seller is able to track it all the way through. And we also offer what we call intermediate returns. Let's say if somebody wants to return a watch, well, a seller is going to be like, am I going to get back what I actually sent out? Well, the return doesn't go directly back to the seller. It actually goes back to the authenticator where we've already taken data and images and sometimes video of that watch. And we intermediate the return to ensure that we actually are, the buyer's returning the same watch back to the seller that the seller shipped. And if not, we're fully protecting the seller. I'll give you a perfect example. Some weeks ago, we caught an empty box that came back with a very, very expensive Rolex box, watch, I mean. An empty box. And we've caught this more than one time. Guess what? In this situation, the seller is fully protected. You don't have to worry.
Good to know.
What if that happened when the buyer and seller was dealing with each other directly and the buyer sent it directly back to the seller? They would have had to go through like chargeback issues and headaches. Well, eBay is just completely solving that for them.
No, you're definitely clearing up a lot of headaches. I think what's obvious to many people is that these new processes, they cost money, and eBay has obviously invested a huge amount, and this will continue to cost money. But from the buyer and seller perspective, it doesn't really appear that there's a lot of extra fees. In fact, there doesn't seem to be any extra fees at all. And one might theorize, well, why is eBay doing this? Because eBay, like others, wants to make money and not lose money. And I think a lot of people say eBay is trying to aggressively take a lot of market share. This is becoming a competitive space. I guess one thing that you should mention to people is, what is the future of these fees going to be? Are these going to become increased, or is this going to stay the way it is right now, and it's just going to be an amazing set of tools that eBay offers for, for all intents and purposes, not very much money?
Right, absolutely. Our fees are currently competitive, and our number one goal is to ensure that in the future, and we were speaking about it earlier, we're going to keep looking into the experience. We're looking into even other tools and services to innovate. You're going to be seeing a lot of that coming in 2021, and that is exciting. Like different ways of both seller and buyer to connect with each other, to transact safer, to have a better experience through content. We are completely, fully invested into doing what's right for this category, and you're going to see a lot more of that in 2021.
That's amazing. Look, again, as I keep saying, because it's true, I use eBay on a regular basis, and I've been using eBay, ever since I began getting into watches, and I've used eBay for 20 years now. So I had to wait 5 years to get into it after eBay started. But I think what's really important is to demonstrate that this is not only an effective tool, but it's becoming an increasingly effective tool. And I always say to people, it's not that you have to buy on eBay, but if you don't check on eBay before you buy, you're probably missing out on a lot of things. So it's really incredible to hear. This is more activity in the watches category on eBay than I've seen anywhere else. We got to wrap up right now, but I'd like to know if there's any additional things you want people to know about what's coming, or if you want anyone to know about you and some of your own personal promises. I want eBay to be like this. I want the consumer to have this type of experience. I want you to humanize a little bit the goals that you have behind all of this.
No, absolutely. Like for me, and this is my own personal, I think the world deserves honestly, a fun destination to just shop and sell their watches and even other luxury items, and just enjoy it, right? Just to enjoy it, not worry about headaches and hassles, and a really seamless experience at your fingertips. And the number one goal is, that's what we're gonna do in eBay, and we're striving to win at this in eBay, right? And for me personally, I mean, that's the even reason I started my last company, right? Was to really, really help the communities find a new place online in an area where a lot of them didn't have knowledge in or weren't growing in. And we're excited that we're able to now offer this at scale at eBay and continuously do it forward. And truthfully, it's just a fun experience. I mean, Rich, go search for that speed. Go have that treasure hunt. It is such a fun experience, right? And you never know what you're gonna find. I mean, I'm still searching for my birthday Rolex watch on eBay, like all the time, and it's like so fun how every other day a new vintage Rolex pops up, right? And you're like, is this the one for me? All right, maybe not. I'll wait. And it's just fun, and it just keeps getting you back. And then you can message the sellers, communicate with them, asking them questions. And I think that's it's just a really fun place at your fingertips. And it's and it shouldn't be full of friction. It should just be fun. And that's what we're building at eBay.
Right, Tsagris, before we let you go, I know we're talking about watches, but I just want to comment that I'm a sneakerhead, and I know I can find my next Yeezys or Air Jordans on eBay too, because that authenticity guarantee also applies to sneakers that are $100 or more. So I'm really looking forward to that and getting my next authentic Air Jordans. Tsagris, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on 25 years, and here's to another 25 years.
No, thank you for having me, both Rich and Ariel.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
All right, up next, we're going to have Cornelius Huber with Circular Watches, and this is where you're going to meet Victoria for the first time, and they're coming up at 11:55. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hey everyone, it's great to be here. I'm Victoria Gomelski. I'm editor-in-chief of JCK, which is a trade publication for the jewelry and watch industry based in New York. It was founded in 1869 as the American Horological Journal, so it's got a long time history covering the watch trade. And I'm also a longtime contributor to the watch sections of the International New York Times and Robb Report, WSJ. So I've covered watches for about 20 years. It's a great, really great to be here today. I'm excited to learn more about the micro brands I'm going to be speaking to. And really, thanks for joining. Our first guest today is Cornelius Huber. He's owner of Circula Watches, which is based in Pforzheim, Germany. And the brand was founded in mid-century, around 1955, by his grandfather. So welcome, Cornelius. It's great to have you.
Thank you. Great to be here.
So there's a little bit more history to the brand, right? It was founded in 1955, but it goes back a bit further in Pforzheim, right?
Yes, exactly. So maybe let's start with Pforzheim. It is, besides Glashütte, the German center for watchmaking and jewelry. My family itself is already since over 100 years in watches. So the center of our business was usually a watch wholesale, which started already in the early 1900s. And at the mid of the century, 1955, my grandfather thought, why only sell watches of other people? Let's make our own one. And then he started Circula with basically everything coming from Pforzheim, because the watch industry was huge back there. I mean, still today, there's lots of brands in this, let's say, watch cluster around the southwest and the Black Forest as well. So that is my heritage I took over then a few years ago.
In 2016, was it? When did you and how did you come to decide to revive the brand? What were you doing, and why 2016?
Yeah, it's basically I grew up with watches, right? My parents had the watch wholesale. The Circula always kind of was there, but my dad did not follow it actively through. And all my life, but since I was a kid, I worked there in my parents' company. I worked with watches. I went with my dad to big other brands. At one point, it just is so much into your DNA when you're 30 years around watches. And then I always wanted to do it, but I had a pretty good job before. So there was a threshold to go over and then say, no, I'm leaving all this behind and I'm starting now my own business, which is still a step. And but then in 2016, my wife got pregnant and I thought, well, now or never. And I started it. And for my wedding, my dad gave me actually the first watch my grandfather ever produced. So this was my wedding gift, and I had it on my wrist for quite some time, and I loved it. And in the end, I said, okay, this is also the design I want to get started with, because I love that watch. Let's make a reissue of this one. And this was the beginning 3 years ago. And back at the time, it was a quartz watch, because, as I said, I wanted to test it first. I did it besides my other job. And since 2 years, I'm doing this full time. And I'm super happy that I can live off watches. It's a dream come true, basically. Yeah.
Well, they've got a cool retro look. Let's start maybe with one of your key pillars is the heritage line, right? So let's see. Let's talk about it. It's got a
what you got there, I think, is the classic, but it looks very different. You had two watches. You got the classic and the Aqua Sport, which we will cover later on.
Yeah. Well, which one do you want to talk about first? Do you want to talk about the classic line? I know the heritage has a really cool movement story, so I definitely like to hear
exactly. Let's start with the classic line, because it's also kind of representing my core values and as well the core values of Circula in that sense, because give my values onto the brand. And one of these values is really honesty. And when I look at that watch, when I say it's a high quality watch, I mean it, and I'm convinced by it. It's a high quality watch. And one example is that I'm not using a Miyota 8 movement in this one, but a Miyota 9, Miyota 9015, and which is for me one of the best movements there is. It's modern, it's super flat, it's reliable, it's high beat, and it's also affordable, which is key to a micro brand where we don't have so much marketing budget. So it's high quality, affordable.
What's the price
and a really reliable watch.
What does it retail
it's
for?
$390.
Oh wow, that is
in the US, including shipping.
And people can buy it straight on your site.
Exactly, yeah. Either on my own site. I'm working also in the US with Watchman, is an online retailer. So either from me or from him, directly shipped to you.
Yeah, it's got a great, very classic, and the band is just, sort of elegant but minimal. Yeah.
The band is the strap is also made in the southwest of Germany, so it's also very coming from close by. I learned that even the cows are German, so it's very local in that sense. And we build it here in our workshop. I have one watchmaker working with me, and he's doing when the parts come in, he's doing the control. Once he builds it, he's doing the final control. And because we're a family business, the one thing we can do, maybe others don't or do differently. My dad actually, he sits down and tests all watches for 7 days in 4 different positions. So he is really kind of winding them up every day. First, he did it when we were still smaller with his finger only. Then until he got a bloody thumb. And then I bought him a tool which is electric and is much easier.
So your dad is still, and was he a fan of watches growing up? Or was he involved in the family business in any way, or did it?
Yeah, he took over the family business from my grandfather, and so he's now a pensioner, but he's doing it for fun.
Yeah.
He's just having fun. I guess controlling watches somehow.
Well, so tell us about your other lines. I know that the Heritage has a great movement story. Maybe we should touch on that.
Yeah.
So I'd never heard the term NOS, new old stock.
Yeah, new old stock. I think it's something very special, probably for watch lovers. These are parts that in the until the 1990s. There was a movement factory in Pforzheim. Mm-hmm. They produced all the parts, the springs, the wheels, everything in Pforzheim. And I found an old stock of never used parts. So it's basically new movement parts, never built together, never assembled. Of these movements from the 70s, the last mechanical ones, because afterwards they went to quartz. And then we built them together for the first time. And now we have 100% made in Germany movement. It's 40 years old, but new. So we use new oil, we use new techniques to regulate them. And in the end, we can make them, I guess, more precise than they were at the time when they were on the market.
And are those new old stock movements strictly in the Heritage line, or do you find them across?
Yes, exactly. We use them in the Heritage line. And it's for me a very emotional thing, because then I have myself, I'm from Pforzheim, the brand is from there, the watches are made there, and the movements were made there, and we built them also ourselves in our workshop. It's all from one place, and basically I don't think there's a lot of other companies in this price range that can offer that. Yeah.
And what is the price range of the whole line? Where does it start and where does it top out?
It starts with $790 to $940.
And that's for the Heritage pieces?
It's still good, I think. when you think that we build the movement ourselves. We don't buy it from somewhere, we build it ourselves.
Yeah, well, that's a point of distinction for sure. Well, I'd love to hear more about the Aquasport, which is such a cool retro style sport watch. Let's see, let's get it off here. Tell us about
it's
this
like the
piece.
other watches. It's based on one of the past models from Circula. So the first two watches were based on models from my grandfather. And this one is designed from my dad, which I picked up and modernized. So a little bit bigger case, but it's 39 millimeters. It's still a retro case. It's good to wear. The colors are updated, of course, all the materials, and we're now offering it with Swiss movements. It's either from STP, Swiss Technology Productions, or even ETA. And as in the top grade, we have this watch as a COSC officially certified chronometer.
Oh, wow.
The reason I have this shirt here.
There we go, superlative chronometers, officially certified. And what's the price range of these pieces?
They start $490 to $690, and we have currently the pre-sale going on. So if you buy a STP movement, for example, in this watch with $490, you also get Beads of Rice stainless steel bracelet, and it's, as I said before, in honesty, it's really nice quality.
And the design, it's from a 70s dive watch that Circula made?
Yeah, it's a 70s style skin diver, you'd say.
Yeah.
And yeah, you have to probably check it out on the website. I have it here in the back as well, if it's good to see.
Yeah, we can see it.
That's the model I think you have in your hand.
Yep, sure
And,
is. It's a great
yeah, that's
blue.
basically the one watch which is really hot at the moment and sells a lot.
Yeah. And how well are you known outside of Germany? I mean, are you pretty well established locally at least? And how well are you known in the States, do you think?
No, we're just starting, I would say.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I took it over 3 years ago. I got into mechanicals 2 years ago. And I would say I started internationalization since a few months. So we are still at the beginning. In Germany, it's pretty known. Also, it's an advantage when you have models on the market, older models. So I get regular emails from customers or people that have Circula watches from a few decades ago. That helps. That helps in forums. That helps when people talk. But internationally, yeah, we're just getting started. And so I'm happy I can present my watches here.
Yeah, this is exciting. I mean, are there any other brands, well, you said in your price range, not so much in Pforzheim. Are there other watchmakers doing what you do, taking advantage of the history of the city's watchmaking expertise?
I mean, of course, there are several others. Everybody knows them. And they are similarly priced, a little bit higher maybe. That's comparable. But they have different model ranges. I really focus on the retro style watches. I have others. I have plenty of what my grandfather gave me. For example, I have a nice chronograph here, also 70s style. This one has a value movement. Might be a next idea I can realize. So there's plenty of things, and this is something unique here in the area as well, maybe even in Germany. And I try to bring it out to the rest of the world as well. Yeah.
And the whole range, is it primarily more of is it evenly split between dress watches or more elegant watches and sport watches? Do you have?
Yeah, so far it was only dress watches, and now this was the first sport watch. The next year will also be a sport watch. So it's going to be a full collection in the end. By next year, it's basically, this is the 4th collection now. Next year we'll add the 5th one and another sport watch that we have the complete range of all watches that you seek. That you can buy them for affordable prices, made in Germany with the quality control we do here. And I have a thing for movements, so I'm really passionate about good movements with ETA movements. The STP is nice quality, and of course our own ones as well.
Yeah, and do you do quartz at all anymore, or is it all mechanical?
The quartz is just selling out, so I'm stopping this one. and then it will be only mechanical from now on.
That's exciting.
The quartz was more a test balloon, I would say.
Yeah.
You can go into quartz with little investment, and once you have mechanical, and when you do so much in-house as we do, you need to have also an infrastructure which you don't have right from the beginning when you start fresh. You need all the tools. You need a good, workshop.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, we have that. So we are equipped for further mechanical watch lines.
That's exciting. And can you give us any sneak peek of what might be coming next in 2021?
So, I mean, what you have in your hand is just launched. It's pre-orders. It's shipping before Christmas.
Okay, so this is the star of the show for now.
Yeah, exactly. That should be the star of the show. Let's not get too much ahead. But next year there will be another watch. It's already in the planning, and that will be then released early. What it's going to be. So the fun part about this watch is it was a crowd development together with the biggest German watch forum.
And what's the forum, and how did that crowd development work?
It's so it's kind of comparable to what you seek, I would say. It has 65,000 members, and I think a half a year ago I posted into the forum, hey guys, I want to bring a new collection on the market. This is my proposal. What do you think? And from this start, there were then now it's more than 400 contributions were made by watch lovers to develop this project further. So that is what you have in your hand right now is really a co-effort with hundreds others of watch lovers that contributed to making the watch like it is at the moment.
Yeah.
So this was really successful, and I even think maybe I do the next one exactly the same. So early next year start the next project together with this group. It was fun and a good result.
Wow. Well, we've just got a minute left or so, or even a little less. What's one thing that you want those listening and watching today to take away about Circula?
The one thing is that we really go an extra step to offer something special quality, and also when you get in contact with us, it's always nice. Should be nice. We do it for fun.
Great service with a great history and some really cool retro styles. I love it. Well, thank you so much, Cornelius. It's lovely to have you. It's probably late there in Pforzheim, 9 hours plus Los Angeles, whatever that is. So hope you have a good evening.
Thank
and
you.
Then,
have a good day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Next up, we've got Crude joining us at 12:25. So please come back. We'll see you in a few minutes. And thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to MicroLux, a virtual MicroLux. I am Ariel Adams of aBlogtoWatch. And right now, we're going to spend some time with Greg Bieniek of Crude Studio. Greg is joining us from the back of his Land Rover. He is doing the Crude lifestyle. Greg very much lives the brand. This is a newer watch brand, but one that is set up with a lot of effort and detail so far. They have an atelier in Germany, near the traditional jewelry and watchmaking town of Pforzheim. And Crude is a very different kind of brand. I think that one of the things that makes it different is not only the design and the manufacturer that we'll talk about, but also the background and the founder. And just earlier today, Greg sent me a picture of him with his watch gutting a fish. So I think the first question is, Greg, where in the world are you right now?
Actually, I'm in Portugal, close to the coast, and I will say in the middle of nowhere because around me is nothing. So we want to disconnect a bit with some friends, and then we went out we passed Spain, and now we are in Portugal. But we can do both. Not only the Crude lifestyle is not only to be in the back of a 30 years old Land Rover. So we can do both. Last week.
Yeah, there's this new sort of I don't know what kind of lifestyle. You actually gave it a name, and you called the watch the Gyp Setter, which is this combination of gypsy and a jet setter. And I think it's very interesting because there's a lot of people out there that live I don't want to say humble lives, but they do more sort of pedestrian things. They will go and they will work and they will get dirty and they will go on adventures. But bringing luxury with them is very, very important. And so just on the watch itself, you have this combination of this sort of organic Crude case, which is cast, and we'll talk about that, but also the diamonds and luxurious elements like that. Where did you get this idea to combine these two things together, and why did you want to get into a business where you were doing that?
I think it's difficult to create something new, and in watches, I think it's the same. Everything exists. It's so difficult to create something really new, and so my lifestyle is a bit crude. I think luxury is not only diamonds, and or the big question is, what is luxury? One person see good food is luxury, the other see diamonds or gold are luxury, and I think there is something in between, and you can connect. For example, I like to eat a good fish like today, where I bought here in the harbor out of a fisher boat, and then prepare it myself. But last week we went to a super fancy restaurant in Ibiza and eating a super nice fish prepared directly at the beach. So there are both ways, and for me it's interesting to have both. I can do one day something like this, and the other day I do it in another way. But both for me is luxury, and to choose of these both things is my way of luxury. And this I want to bring into a watch, to create something simple. The design, like you know, the design is quite simple, but to make like a fusion with something that is luxury. And that's why I decided to put also the diamonds in the dial, because normally it's totally weird. But this was the idea behind, to show that the watch is a bit luxury.
As I understand, you grew up in Germany and you live in Ibiza in Spain on a resort island. How did you end up living in Ibiza? And what did that teach you about not just luxury, but about luxury products and how people consume them?
I moved around 9 years ago to Ibiza because I want to change my life. I want to go out of business. I was this manager guy with working 12 hours per day. And I want to change my life because I saw this is not that what I really want. And I know Ibiza quite well. We travel 2-3 times per year. We spend our time in Ibiza. So the decision for my wife and for me was very easy. Where we want to go, we want to go to Ibiza. Because in Ibiza, you are able to live this life. One famous actor from Germany said once, he loves on Ibiza the easy way, the easy luxury way of life. Because in Ibiza, all people come together. You see the millionaire sitting with his house stuff in one restaurant, eating together a fish, and this is something that impressed me a lot. To see that the people can live on a really small island all together, who are different, but at the end we are all the same. And that gives me that gives me a good feeling. And when I'm in Ibiza, I have both. It's the same like here. I live on a really small island, but 5 minutes away from my house, I can make a bike tour, and I see only animals, nature, and nothing. And 5 minutes in the other way to the other way, I have one of the most expensive harbors in Europe, and I see the biggest yards with 100 meters. So I have both on the island, and this is why Ibiza catch me.
That's interesting. So let's talk about the product a little bit more. I'm holding one version of the Gypsetter in my hand right now, and of course, it's a highly customizable, personalizable watch where there's a lot of differences that can be made. But one of the first things I noticed when I met with you several months ago is how many unique parts are used in the watch. Everything, the hands, the dial, the strap, the screws, the pins, everything is unique. What kind of a process was it like for you as you went down the road of making a watch and you realized we have to make all these unique parts? Did you know that from the beginning, or did it become something where you're like, wow, this is a lot more involved than I originally thought?
No, it was a process. At the beginning, was just an idea to create a watch. And I want to cast something. This was the idea, to cast a watch in silver and to keep it really raw, because a friend of mine is designer of jewelry, and he showed me pieces of jewelry in a similar style, and I thought, wow, this is an idea to make a watch out of it. And I'm totally I'm not a watch guy. I like watches. I always wear watches, but I have no background in watches. So I start with a small atelier to realize my idea. And when I found out, okay, now we are at the point we can make really a brand out of it. So I knew that. A butterfly here, Micah. Then I knew, okay, now I want to do something really, really special, and I don't want to buy pieces and put them together. And this was not my way. And because I was looking, for example, for the bars, for the strap, and I found nothing in silver. And I don't want to use steel ones, so I have to create them by my own. This was one of the examples. We're using silver, so we need a buckle in silver. We have to create, or I have to create a watch that the design fits together. And there is nothing on the market what I could buy, so I need to produce all by myself.
So let's talk about silver, because now that you're in the watch industry, you know that silver cases are uncommon, as are cast cases. Maybe you could explain in your own words, what is casting? If you're not a metallurgist, you might not know exactly. It's a very old technique. It's not really used very much for watches at all. It's more of a jewelry thing. But explain to people what casting is.
Casting is you liquefy material, in case silver at over 1,000 degrees, and then you have a liquid and you put it into a mold. It sounds super simple, but normally it's nothing to create a watch, because we need precision in watches. And the cast, even if you have a really good cast, and we work with one of the most famous companies in Germany that cast our cases, you have like minimum 5% difference in each cast of the measures.
The tolerance is correct, right.
After that, the tolerance, sorry. So the cast is unique because you never have the same one. So this make each watch unique. And we cast like more than 50 cases and throw minimum 25 again into the machine to liquefy it again, because we don't like the result.
Right, very high failure rate. Well, that's important. It excites people, because that means it's harder. It's more human effort into each product. And I think that having a high failure rate is actually kind of a sexy thing, because it means that you have to put even more love, so to say, in making each case.
Yes, and it's, there is a lot of work behind you, maybe that you don't see in the watch. It looks so simple. Okay, you liquefy the silver, put it into a mold, and then the case is quite ready. But it isn't. Only to sort out the good pieces of the bad pieces. So we have to go to the fabric and to sort it out. Then we take the cases and bring them to the other partner, who rework our cases to precision, that we have finalized a waterproof perfect watch that looks raw. And it's so difficult to do that without to destroy the feeling of the cast.
Right, that makes a lot of sense here. I think it's definitely, once you observe the watch, you can tell a lot of that. It's just, how the detailing is really important. Also, the rawness of the case means that after it comes out of the cast, you can't just go and polish it or shave it down. And so if it's not correct out of the cast, you have to do it all over again, right?
Right.
Now,
so that's why we sort out the cases. We need a cast that we like, that have details that are maybe not perfect. We're looking for the perfect unperfect thing.
This is the challenge.
Yeah, we're searching for something, for us, in my eyes, perfect, but it's unperfect.
I think they call it strezzatura in Italian fashion, right? It's this concept.
Sorry?
In Italian fashion, there's this concept of, I think it's called strezzatura, and the idea is it has to look perfectly worn. So it needs to look like there's a tear or some type of problem with it, but in a way that's attractive and symmetrical.
Right, and we are looking for the same.
Now, bronze is a material that's very popular right now with watch lovers, and one of the properties of bronze cases is they say it patinas, but in reality it tarnishes and oxidizes over time. And sterling silver has the same effect. Will this case continue to change a little bit over time and patina in a similar way as bronze, or is it stable and this is the way it looks?
No, it's not stable. The dial will not change a lot. The dial is like, it will stay like the customer choose it, because we offer different styles of the dial, or all the finish. But the dial, the watch is closed, so the dial has no oxide or humidity or something that touch the dial. So the dial will stay, but all the outside of the case, it will turn very quick. And it depends on how you wear the watch. For example, in wintertime, I'm wearing a leather jacket, and a tiny one. So I polish the watch with my jacket always. So this is but this is a process, and during the time, each watch looks different. I know some people that are wearing a Crude, and I see them maybe every 3, 4, 5 months. And then we check our watches. Hey, how is your looking now? It's super funny, and you see that each person use the watch in a different way, or it looks different. One's is super clean. My watch is super. I will not say it's because I do everything with my watch. Everything. You've
made it into a sports watch. I can tell.
Yes, I do everything because I also like construction, so I use it for construction. I use it for everything. I go swimming with my watch in seawater or salty water because I live on the island. I jump from yachts down. So I do everything with my watch.
But that's a great testament.
This is not the best example.
So let's talk about the strap as well, because usually straps don't get nearly as much attention as the strap here. Now this strap is leather. I know that you have a non-leather, vegan, as you say, option. It's woven on the outside. It's tapered. Each one is made by hand. It seems as though as much effort was put into the design and manufacture of the strap as the case. Is that correct? What do you have to say about the strap?
Yeah, the strap is. I was again searching for something that is unique, that is special or different or don't exist or I never saw before, and so I choose leather because I like leather the same as silver. It changed the patina. It's an organic material, and I found a strap like this, and I tried it on the Crude, and I said this is the perfect strap because it holds this heavy watch, and it's so comfortable to wear this heavy watch. Combine with the strap.
It's a good partnership, case and strap. I agree. Now, inside the
but I have also some watches, and when I wear them or a week, I need to change them because they are not comfortable.
Right.
I like vintage watches, so I have an old Omega, and where I wear it like 5 days, I need to change the watch. So it's not because of the Omega, but it's vintage, and I don't know. It's super small at the buckle, and it's a heavy watch, so it's not that comfortable.
These are very ergonomic. These are very ergonomic, I have to say.
And I want a unique strap. I want a strap that we can offer by measure for the client. It's unique, made for each client.
So let's talk about that, because you make each watch to order. What are some of the different types of options that people have? Of course, the strap needs to be made for the size of the wrist, but there's different types of decorative elements, diamonds and other precious stones. Talk a little bit about what types of options and choices a consumer has to make when they're purchasing a Crude watch.
At the moment, we offer different styles of straps. This is the beginning. It's made by measure. You can choose of leather. We now have a waterproof vegan leather. It's a paper that we now start with different colors.
But talk about the stones as well, because there's different areas that you can put precious stones.
Yeah, the stones you can choose all kind of stones, but at the moment we're working with diamonds in different colors. So you can choose the 9 diamonds in the dial. We have 2 millimeters big diamonds in different colors or different. We make also a rainbow edition. We can set diamonds in the crown. Even on a part that you don't see, because when you push the crown in, you don't see the diamonds in the crown. But it's something that I want.
And people like that combination of the Crude raw look with, the shine and the luster of diamonds. It kind of brings everything back and reminds you that you have luxury on your wrist, even if you're doing something like, cutting up your own fish for dinner.
This is we also put diamonds around the bezel, but not on the upper side. So around.
The periphery, the side of the bezel. There.
Yeah. Yes. So and when we pulled everywhere all the stones, we have like 1.8 carats of gold of diamonds in the watch, and you don't see it.
Right.
So it's something. It's like understatement, and some people ask me, "Are these real Swarovski glass stones?" And I said, "No."
They're diamonds. They're diamonds.
Because nobody understands nobody. A lot of people don't understand the look.
So let's go back to the back of the watch, and you can see the movement through there. Now this is an Eterna 39XX series movement. It has a nice sort of darker finishing in this custom rotor. What was involved in the choice of the movement? Of course, there's a lot of movements out there. Eterna is known to make a very good one. Tell us a little bit about why you chose to work with Eterna when it came to the mechanical automatic movement inside.
I was looking for first the case was finished, and after in the same process I was looking for a movement, and it was difficult to find something for me as a nobody to find a movement that was not too small and not too big. So the first option was the size. I have a 30 millimeters big movement, and if you see the ETA or the others, they are quite small, and I want to open. I want a glass bottom that you see the movement, and I want a movement that fits to the watch. And that's why I choose Eterna. And my watchmaker, we tried different models, and this was for me from the design side was it the best option. And my watchmaker, he prepared it a little bit better than they deliver the movements.
Right.
So and that's why we came to Eterna. We could customize it a little bit with our own rotor.
That's fantastic. So, Greg, we're out of time now. I want you to remind people where to learn more about Crude watches, of course, on your website, and tell people what is the starting price of the Gypsetter watch.
We started 9,600 euros, including German taxes. So there were 19% tax included in the price.
Okay, so that's the starting price, and everyone can go to the Crude Studio website. Greg, thank you so much for joining us at Virtual MicroLux. It's a cool brand. I'm really glad that we got to show people about it. Next up, we have a special interview inside the Breitling boutique in Beverly Hills. That's coming up at 12:55, and we'll see you soon. Hey everyone, Ariel Abs of aBlogtoWatch here at the Breitling boutique in Beverly Hills, filming for Virtual MicroLux. I am joined by Adriana Levy. You are the manager of the Breitling boutiques in Los Angeles. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you very much for having me.
So the last couple of years has seen the emergence of the Breitling boutique, and it's a new concept, an interesting space. Tell us from your perspective, what is the Breitling boutique all about?
I think that the experience of a Breitling or any other boutique is that customers, when they walk in, they'll have a very personal approach from our salesperson. They will have a one-to-one experience where we can cater their needs the best we can with obviously a better inventory.
The first thing I noticed when I went to a Breitling boutique store was how it looked very, very different than the traditional jewelry store. Different materials, seating areas, different decoration. Explain to people some of the theory behind how the Breitling boutiques are designed.
Well, lately Breitling has a new approach, which is our new urban loft look, where the stores have a modern retro look, and people are very welcoming to our stores, and they're able to experience an environment where they can just relax, not hurry in making their decisions, and it has been very well accepted.
You've been responsible for selling Breitling watches in the Los Angeles area for a number of years now. Tell us a little bit about what the customer reactions have been like coming into the boutique experience.
Well, I think that for us it's been a great experience. We have wonderful feedback from all of our customers. They love the experience. It's an all-inclusive experience where they come to the store and they're not rushed to anything. They're able to make their decision on their own pace. And at the end, I think it's very rewarding.
Adriana, tell us a little bit about some of the worlds and partnerships with Breitling that customers in the boutique are going to see elements of, photography, and even special watches around.
Well, as you all know, we are land, sea, and air. And we have partnership with surfers, we have partnership with triathlon athletes. Some of our lines reflect that. The Endurance Pro, we have the Outer Known on the Super Ocean line. We have our partnership with Bentley with the Premier, and we also have great relationship in the aviation with our iconic Navitimer. We had even a capsule collection on the Navitimers where we have the Swiss Air, we have the Pan Am. So yes, we have developed great relationships.
Breitling's past is so involved in aviation and professionals, and right here is actually one of the entry-level models. This is the Breitling Endurance Pro, and this is the professional model. Tell us a little bit about this watch. It just came out, and who's the intended wearer of this type of timepiece?
Well, the Endurance Pro is a great watch. Nowadays, everybody is so casual, especially in LA. We're all like, the new word athleisure, that everybody wears sweats and nobody dresses up for anything. So it's a perfect watch. It's a casual watch, but also for everybody that is into sports, because it's a watch that can do a lot. It's actually made of bright light, which is our proprietary material. And then obviously you have a chronograph. It's a super quartz watch, cost certificate, but the bezel is fully functioning. You can use it as a compass, and also you can use your chronograph and use as a pulsimeter. So it's actually, even though it's our entry level, it's a lot that you can do with this watch.
Tell us about some of the reactions of the consumers here in Los Angeles to the Endurance Pro. What are they saying about the watch?
Well, they're loving it. I think the colors, the vibrant colors of it, and everything about it. From the price, we have had great response. We cannot even keep them in stock.
It's a wonderful and unexpected model from Breitling. Let's also talk about women's watches, because even though the brand is mostly associated for men's products, you have the new Navitimer 35 for women. Tell us when watches for women became a focal point for Breitling.
Well, I think for many, many years, majority of the brands out there, and the fact that I've been in the industry for 23 years, It's something, and being a woman, nobody thinks that a woman can be a watch collector. And I know. And I've loved watches since I know myself. And actually, when I first got my first job, my first gift to myself was a watch. So I love watches, and I think it's very important that more and more we create that kind of knowledge into, you know, our community, the female community. And the Navitimer 35, it's actually such a feminine watch. It was just launched not too long ago. We had a summit, a webcast, way back in April, where we launched the Navitimer 35 along with the 2 other novelties that Breitling released. But this one specific, it's a new size. It's a little smaller than what we used to have. Obviously, we have the men's collection with the 43 and the 46. We came out with the 41s, and now the 35, which is perfect size for a lady. We use different materials. It's a beaded bezel. It can be found in two-tone, rose gold, and stainless steel, or just steel, which is the one that you have in your hands. It comes in 2 options, a bracelet and strap, leather strap, and different color straps as well are available. And we have the Mother, this is an example with the Mother Pro and diamond dial, and this one is also another one that we have with the copper dial.
I love the combination of a look of a tool watch with decorative materials such as mother of pearl and diamonds. These are exciting. I feel that a lot of people just need to wear them to see how nice they look.
I know, and it's the perfect size for a lady, unless obviously if you want a little oversized, you can go up 1 size, or you know, a lot of ladies like the bold, and we have those too. But this is perfect. It's the perfect line for a lady.
The Navitimer 35 is definitely a very versatile watch for women. Probably the most versatile collection overall right now is the Super Ocean and Super Ocean Heritage, and there's another new model for this year, which is the Super Ocean Heritage 57. Tell us a little bit about this watch.
Well, this watch, it's actually a tribute to the Breitling 1957 original Super Ocean. It has a concave bezel, as you know, you can feel it, and it's a ceramic bezel. So it's a tribute to the 1957 Super Ocean, and also the surfing lifestyle of the 1960s, where you have the mesh bracelet, which is, you know, a retro look to it. It's a little thinner than the Super Ocean Heritage that we had before, and we still have it. It comes in rose gold and stainless steel. Actually, the bezel is two-tone, the bracelet, or on the strap, and you can find an option in steel on the strap, black or brown strap.
The Super Ocean 57 is probably the dressiest of the Super Oceans I've ever seen, but in general, I want your opinion on why do you think the Super Ocean collection has been so popular with Breitling consumers?
People are having great reviews, and they're loving it. I think it's just a watch that has multiple purpose. You can choose from different color dials. You can just choose from different color of materials by having the two-tone, the rose gold, and it's a sporty, functional, everyday watch.
And it's so versatile as well, because in addition to something like the 57, you have a different Super Ocean, a modern one, and a totally different flavor, 48 millimeters on my wrist. So in one way, you could say that there's a Super Ocean for everyone.
Exactly. I think that for everyone and every size.
Let's talk a little bit more about the Los Angeles market. Again, we're here at the Breitling store in Beverly Hills. You've been working with Breitling for a number of years in the Southern California area. Tell us a little bit about local flavor, local taste. What works really well here for Breitling?
Well, for us, I think Breitling, if you are a watch collector and if you're looking for a brand that has a little bit of history, or a brand that has a history like us, because Breitling has been in the business since 1884. So it's a brand that has a lot of watchmaking history to it. And people that know about watches, they will choose something that has a past and has a history. And it's evolving with the needs of, you know, every customer that is out there. And like I said, Los Angeles is so casual, laid back nowadays. And I think that Breitling has a little bit of a collection for everyone, including the LA customer.
Breitling has a lot of watches that celebrate its heritage and a lot of modern watches. Do you notice any differences behind the people that like the more retro style versus more modern Breitling timepieces?
I mean, it comes to personal taste. I think that everybody is different and everybody has their own taste. We have an equal amount of customers that will come and it will look for a more retro or, you know, a more modern watch. It's just a different clientele, I would say, and it's like you might like the Bentley, which is a type of a dressier, more retro look to it instead of going for the Super Ocean. And you might say, oh, Adriana, you know what, I'll never wear the Super Ocean because I'm never at the beach. I don't go to the pool, and if I go, I don't wear my watch. But I like something a little dressier to wear with my cuff shirt, or, you know, I just like the feeling of having something dressier on my wrist. So I think it's more of a personal taste than anything else.
Speaking of Bentley, we have one of the newer Bentley watches, and there's been so many over the years. I think that many people have said that Breitling and Bentley are the most successful watch and car relationship ever, which I think is a great compliment to the Breitling brand. This is in gold, in rose gold, one of the new Breitling for Bentley premier watches with a wooden dial, which is probably among the nicest of the Breitling for Bentley watches I've personally ever seen. What can you tell me about this timepiece?
This is a piece of art. As people know, I mean, we have the partnership with the Bentley for a number of years right now, and we have developed many limited editions of Bentleys, and this is one that is very special. It's a piece that is a limited piece of 200, and I know that in the watch business we say piece unique, only when it's like one of a kind and only one made, but I would consider this a piece unique because the dial is actually made of wood, and no watch is like another. It's like every dial is different, so they're never gonna find you. Even if I had two of these, they would not look the same because to carve the wood, it's every carving is a little different. So there will be differences in one from another. So it's just beautiful, and the rose gold complements the dial and the strap. The fact that the strap has the contrast with the yellow on the back, which is calf, it's just the perfect dressy watch. It's something that I would say unique.
So they did such a good job.
It is.
And what we also have is probably what watch collectors have felt is the most exciting of the new Breitling watches, and that is the new Chronomat 42 with the BO1 movement. This is a modern version of a classic from 1984. And the Chronomat name, of course, has been in the collection. But tell us a little bit about what Breitling was trying to accomplish by bringing this particular style back, especially with the bracelet.
Well, I mean, Chronomat, like you said, it's been around for many years. The relaunch of the new Chronomat and the relaunch of the Rouleau bracelet, it's been wonderful. I mean, we have had wonderful feedback from customers. They love it. I personally, when I first got my first Breitling, it was on a Rouleau bracelet. And way back when I had a Calistino, so they still had not only for the Chronomat, but you could fit this type of bracelet on other watches. But for I think it complements it. It's very comfortable. Not that the other bracelet is not, but this is very comfortable on your wrist. You have an option of stainless steel. You have an option of two-tone. And this, of course, with the Bentley dial, which is green. It's #1 favorite among the customers that we have.
So is that a limited edition, or is that just an extra added flavor?
It's not a limited edition, but it's a special on the Chronomat, and we call it the Bentley dial.
Oh, the Bentley dial. Even though I know so much about watches, when I come here to the Breitling boutique, I learn about models I've never seen before. And that's really funny because even if you get excited about a particular dial that you see on the internet, when you come in here, you get to see what it really looks like, and you also get to see all the other different watches. Do you find that a lot of people coming into the boutique are discovering Breitling watches they'd never seen before?
Oh, definitely, definitely, because some people, they will come in and they're like, oh, I didn't know this was a Breitling. I've seen it, but I never paid attention. But I think that with the help with our staff, which is fully trained, we're constantly in training, and we try to provide the best information to customers and show them the different styles that we have and different color dials, then I think, yes, it helps a lot.
Talking a little bit behind the scenes, Breitling is currently run by Mr. George Kern, and George Kern is a particular charismatic personality. How have a lot of his initiatives, his personality, his charisma, how has that affected the experience in the store and what people are saying about the brand as they come in?
Well, I have nothing but great things to say about Mr. George Kern. I think that he's very involved with every single model and every single lounge and colors. And I mean, he's 100% involved with everything. And if you guys are on Instagram, he is very active on his Instagram account. He's always posting, he's always commenting. And I think that nowadays that's what we need. We need interaction, and we need to interact with our customers the best we can. And I think he's just great. He's doing a great job.
Adriana, thank you so much for talking about some of the new Breitling watch collections. Now, I think a lot of people are going to be curious, how do I come check out the Breitling boutique? So tell people a little bit about where they can go in Southern California, especially Los Angeles, to visit one of the Breitling boutiques.
Well, in LA, we have two locations. We have this location, which is in Beverly Hills, right at the center. We are located at the 2 Rodeo. So it's easy. I mean, if you know Rodeo Drive, 2 Rodeo is the little cobble street that goes up. We're located right at the top by the restaurant 208, right in front of Henri Jacques, the perfume store that just opened. We have parking, 2-hour parking underneath, so parking is not a problem. Come on over and come visit us at the Rodeo Boutique, or we have another location also in Century City, located at the Westfield Century City Mall, also very convenient. And for those who are not in LA, we have a third location in San Diego at the Fashion Valley Mall.
You've walked me through land, sea, and air, which encompasses the full Breitling personality here in the very inviting and on-brand Breitling boutique, which in my opinion are the best designed of the watch brand boutiques that I visited. I'm really excited to check out more Breitling watches, see what the new watches are, and you are, of course, going to invite and welcome all the people that are going to come in to check it out, who are the aBlogtoWatch audience and people watching MicroLux.
Yes, I will, for sure. Thank you.
I am Ariel Adams, and I'm joined by Victoria Gmelski. Thank you so much for joining us here. We like this.
My pleasure. Great to be here.
Everyone just saw a segment where I was at the Breitling boutique in Beverly Hills speaking with them. And one of the things, and I'll just sort of start out because you're here, that they were talking to me about is their women's watches. Now, traditionally, Breitling, like a lot of brands, very masculine. It's men's watches, and of course there'd be women that would buy them, but that was a women making a specific choice to wear a men's watch, which doesn't happen too much the other way around, though it does happen once in a while.
Correct.
Now they have some dedicated collections for women, especially within the Navitimer and the Super Ocean. And the question is, it's one thing to make a women's watch. It's another thing to appeal to female consumers. Now, you're an expert when it comes to not only watch brands, but jewelry brands. What does a brand like Breitling need to do to really capture the hearts and minds of a female like they have males?
That's a good question. I think in some ways they don't over-focus on it being a women's piece. I think that they need to think about sizing because, of course, women's wrists tend to be smaller, so they want to offer that in sizes that give women an option, but don't necessarily think that women only want diamonds or that's what women are most after when they want to distinguish themselves with the timepiece. I think a lot of women just want a sturdy, good-looking watch with a great history, a great movement. So I think not to necessarily overemphasize that this is a ladies' piece. I even think that terminology, ladies, seems just sort of quaint and
interesting,
and a little retro and a little not appropriate for the 21st century. But I think just do what they've been doing, which is create great movements, put them in cases that have, topped by beautiful dials. I think women are often drawn to a really special dial, especially a colorful dial, whether that's a hard stone in some cases, like a malachite or a mother of pearl. Obviously offer diamonds, because I think some women do like that, but I don't think that that's necessarily the only way to get to a woman's heart. I think that having a piece that's well-sized, well-made, and a piece that is at least marketed to you as if you're just like any other buyer. You don't have to be a female buyer to like this watch.
I'm one of those weird guys that I actually like mother of pearl and diamonds, not necessarily in a feminine design, but like one of my favorite watches I have is a dive watch that has a mother of pearl dial.
Really?
I just think it's the coolest thing. I'm weird though. Like there's certain watch guys like me that were like you either do like diamonds and mother of pearl or you don't.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of in between there.
No, I wouldn't say. But it's a beautiful material. It's that opalescence, that shimmer. So I do think seeing a range of colors, obviously different straps, women are often drawn to the fashionable aspect of a watch and what it looks like with their outfit, and the fact that they can change in and change out. So different straps, different materials, different colors, beautiful dials. Nobody's going to complain about a few diamonds. Maybe on the hour markers especially.
And you're actually describing a lot of what Breitling has right now, because yes, they do have the diamonds, but in terms of materials, one of their very exclusive Bentley watches has the wood in it. Mm-hmm. And there was that very popular series of the Super Ocean Heritage with the rainbow.
Yeah.
And those were so popular that they sold out. And then working with Outer Known, they have those straps that are very colorful and designed to be changed out. So it actually sounds like, without necessarily trying, but Breitling is doing a lot of the things to appeal not only to the male demographic but the female demographic. Do you think, because again, as you and I know, a lot of the luxury watch brands over the last few years have been hoping to take a larger share of the sort of female demographic. And for the most part, correct me if I'm wrong, but women these days, there's a few brands they're drawn to. The Rolex is obvious, and you have the Chanel and the Cartier. But outside of that, it seems difficult on a mainstream level to capture female attention. George Kern, who is the leader of Breitling right now, is a very savvy marketer. What advice would you further give him? You've said some great nuggets, but what further advice? Because he's a guy. He's someone that listens to the consumer very well, but ultimately you can't imagine what a female consumer might want without hearing directly from them.
One of the things, and I'll answer this a little bit indirectly, I recently did an article where I profiled 5 female collectors. Real, super knowledgeable, very intelligent, could speak about watches better than most men, certainly. And one of the things that they emphasized was that, a lot of them weren't drawn to ladies' pieces. A lot of them were drawn to models that had been traditionally marketed to men. So again, this idea that you need to speak to women. Don't speak to women, speak across the board to all your customers, and there are going to be women out there that respond and that message resonates. I think having diamonds here and there, obviously having the colors is a great approach, and just giving women a fashionable option to pair with whatever outfit they're wearing. But I honestly think the watch industry a little bit makes too much of having ladies' pieces when a lot of these pieces are going to resonate with women and men across the board.
Well, I think part of that has to do with the fact that on the other side of the coin with men, yes, it's obvious if a watch is a men's watch, but a lot of male consumers like it when a brand speaks to their specific lifestyle. So for example, Breitling was once associated as being mainly an aviation watch brand, mm-hmm. and they have huge history with there and a huge amount of legitimacy. But when George Kern took over, one of the most controversial things he did was take the wings off the Breitling logo, right? Because those wings were for pilots and mm-hmm. things like that. Some of the watches still have the wings, and then they said let's open it up to other areas. Motorcycling, surfing, drone flying, and a lot of other different types of activities. What are some ways that they can further extend that to do activities like men? Again, if you're a surfer, you're like, okay, that's cool. But if you talk about flying planes, that's not your thing. Even though it's a guy's watch, you're like, man, I don't know, that's not for me. So I think Kern did the right job there. What are some more of the universes or worlds that might help them appeal to even larger audience?
Well, I know they've worked with some really top name ambassadors. They've got Charlize Theron there. I mean,
always a good thing.
Aspirational to say the least. I know they've got a pretty well-known ambassador who's well-known in China, whose name escapes me, unfortunately. But I think, more marketing and messaging that shows women in, working with their watches, using them, having these active lifestyles, something that just allows consumers out there, women, to see the brand being used by other women. I think just getting a sense of how other women wear the pieces. So just showing women that there are women wearing these pieces, that they connect with other women, I think is helpful. So much of watch advertising and marketing has in the past just been traditionally so male focused that I think when your average woman who's not necessarily drawn to watches but might like a nice piece doesn't feel in any way included in that. It's such an exclusive vision, or at least has been. I think it's getting better, and a lot of companies have recognized the need to speak more broadly to unisex, the unisex angle. But I think just showing women in your marketing and messaging and speaking to them directly and not dumbing things down for them, not assuming they don't understand or might need help. I mean, we hear a lot of jokes about women not the most complicated, the only complication they really care about is the date. Maybe, but I think
I've never heard that.
Yeah, I have heard that. I think a lot of women do care about the mechanics of a piece, or at least are interested in it. It's not going over their head.
Well, men and women want a good product that works well. They might have different ideas what that means, but ultimately it can't just look nice. It's got to be made well, be comfortable. I think if anything, women are more interested in ergonomics than men.
Yeah, the comfort fit and the comfort factor is huge for women. I mean, we're not going to, a lot of pieces are going to be too bulky for us, so that crown is going to poke out a little bit and like jab us in the wrist a bit. So it does have to sit well on a wrist, and I think watch companies have learned a lot, and Breitling has certainly learned a lot over the last decade or so, and since George Kern arrived. I think their messaging has changed. It used to be very, very male-centric, and I think that's definitely
that was
definitely
their thing.
different.
That was their thing for a while.
That was their thing, yeah. So, but I think they do have an authentic and very legitimate history with women's watches. If you go back into their archives and their advertising, their retro 20th century ads, I think you will see there were,
But even if they don't, and I say this to brands all the time, like even if you don't have a history with something, that isn't to say you can't do it from scratch now.
Yeah, it's never too late to say, hey, this is a demographic we've missed, and we want to speak to you, and we want to make things that you like. I mean, it's never too late.
Thank you for that. The most exciting for a lot of consumers, new Breitling watches for 2020 are sort of different ends of the spectrum for the price points. You have on the entry-level side the Endurance Pro, which is a super quartz watch with their bright light carbon case. With a retail price of $3,000, which is a lot of people have been very excited by it because it's an everyday Breitling. It's very lightweight, it's very comfortable. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you have the new the Chronomat with the rouleau bracelet, which is 42 millimeters, which is a little bit more of it's a lifestyle watch. You call it dressier with this beautiful bracelet. And I think that Breitling's the diversity of the collection right now. They got the sport watch, they have the real sport watch, the sport-looking watch. They have the dress watches, the historical pieces, and things like that. George Kern has done a very good job of not only making sure that the marketing stays ramped up high, but the products themselves. What are some lessons you think other brands can learn from what he's doing? Because George Kern, he doesn't rest, right? He's constantly doing things. And especially in 2020, we've seen a lot of brands, for whatever reason, just pause and be afraid to make decisions. Right? Wouldn't you agree that right now is the time to be decisive? It's the time to show that you're active?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think watch lovers are really paying attention now. There's a lot of attention. People are home, or at least home a lot more often than they ever were. And I think as a watch lover, you've got a lot to grab your attention these days. So if a watch company stands up and makes a point, and I think to your point about George Kern and Breitling, I mean, they've done a lot of interesting things, or hinting at a lot of interesting things, especially in the sustainable and environmental space. Their packaging is, I think they're moving towards an option where you can
Oh, the recycled plastic one.
recycle plastic
Yeah.
and the straps, but also that you can do away with packaging entirely, that it'll all be available digitally. Other than I think they have pouches, but that sort of excessive amount of packaging you're often seeing, with boxes and cardboards and
You're
all
right.
kinds of.
But okay, so you and I have both had the experience where we've seen the watch site, but we see a box and it's like, I'm not even joking, like some of these boxes and you open it and there's a box inside of a box
Yeah.
inside of a box.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, because I think you have, especially with sort of jewelry background, where did this sort of like excessive presentation come from? Because you're right, nobody really knows what to do with it. You get this box, it's impressive for 5 minutes, and then you're asking yourself, I have this giant box, where do I put it? Do I stick it in the garage? Do I throw it away? Do I sell? Like, what do you do with these things?
Well,
So where did this come from? Where did this concept of this over-presentation, how did it enter in the watch industry to begin with?
I think it's like this vestige of a 20th century version of luxury, or even prior to that if it's luxurious, it has to have all the doodads, it has to have the elaborate packaging, it has to have all these materials to protect and guard this precious object that's, sort of stored deep inside box after box after box.
The treasure chest mentality?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's this vestige of a luxury that doesn't really, a mindset that doesn't exist anymore.
And today it's all about what you can do with the product. You look at the Breitling marketing, and we're mentioning Breitling because we're talking about Breitling. Other brands do this. But you have the watch, it's on the guy driving the motorcycle, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's on the surfer while they're surfing. Mm-hmm. Kelly Slater, who obviously works with Breitling,
Yeah.
who I got to see him surf. Oh my gosh.
Is that something?
The guy is basically on a surfboard while he's surfing, looking like he's just strolling down the street, and he makes it look so easy. It's not fair. It's like he's like a surfer robot. Like, it's not fair that they're programmed so well.
No.
But Breitling knows how to connect with these people, right? So I think that Breitling's doing the right job of not only designing the nice watches, but putting it in the context. And they got cool capsule collections like the stuff with Pan Am and TWA and stuff like that. Anyways, I had a really great time at Breitling, and I really like the new stuff they're coming out with. Victoria, it sounds like you have a good relationship as well. So check out the Breitling boutique in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills. They actually have 2 locations, Beverly Hills and in the Century City Mall, I believe, the Westfield. And we'll look forward to checking them out soon. And there is another brand coming up that you're going to introduce.
That's right. Up at 140 Endatto, I'll be speaking to the founder, and check back in with us shortly. See you soon. Hey everyone, I'm Victoria. I'm back, and now I'm with Ted Verderame. He's founder of Endatto craft timepieces, based out of Phoenix, but Swiss made. Welcome, Ted. It's great to see you.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be here. Very excited.
Yeah, so you've got a brand new brand. You were founded in 2019, but just came out with your first couple of timepieces earlier this year, right?
That's right. So we were founded in April of 2019, actually just after I attended the first MicroLux show in LA. And then we were planning to launch at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020. Obviously, the world had different plans for us. So we held on for a little while and bided our time. And we were finally able to launch the premiere collection on June 17th, beginning of this summer.
Well, that's congratulations. I know this year has thrown a lot of plans up in the air, but
thank you.
The fact
yes,
that you were
it certainly was not easy to get through certain parts of the year. Timelines pretty much went out the window. You just hope to get an email one day that said things were moving forward, but trying to plan it out was an impossible task.
Well, it's happening now. So we'll back up a little bit and tell us about the brand. You founded it. What was your background, and why did you feel like there was a watch brand in your future?
Sure. So I was gifted my first watch as a kid by my parents, like so many people, and it started the obsession a little bit as I grew older and could afford my own, and to expand the collection, I began to. And, towards the end of 2018, I was fed up in my career. I've been in management consulting for a decade at this point, helping other people fix and start their businesses. So I've always had the entrepreneurial mindset. I've always dreamed of starting my business. And the more I helped other people fix and start theirs, the more I realized, it was going to happen. It was just a matter of making it happen. So I left my job, and, you go through that process of figuring out what things do you care enough about to make your career, to make your life, to run a business every day. And watches were at the top of that list for me. I was fortunate to have a lot of savings. I was able to start this on my own out of my savings, which is very proud for me to be able to do, and to not have to go through the difficult task of coming up with a great Kickstarter. That's so much effort in addition to trying to start a business. So I felt fortunate to be able to do that, and to use my experience in consulting for 10 years to really get this thing off the ground. Obviously, that makes the business side of it a little easier for me. There's obviously been a learning curve on the horology side. But, I found really great partners over in Europe. I have incredible support around me through friends and family. So as difficult and trying as the last 18 months have been to get to this point, we're happy to be rolling through now.
That's great. And the movements. So tell us a little bit about the movements.
Yeah, we were really proud that we could get our hands on the ETA 2824. Towards the end of 2019, there was a lot of uncertainty over whether ETA would have to continue to supply or not. They were in a lot of things coming out of the courts in Switzerland. So that was a long process, and it probably slowed us down a little bit, but it was worth it. We wanted to come to market with ETAs in the stable. I realized, that Sellita is so similar at this point, but we felt like as a new brand trying to enter this part of the market, it was important to have the ETA name behind the opening collection.
Oh, that's great. Well, let's see. We've got two pieces here. We've got your C1V1.
Yep.
So why don't we start there, and we'll get to the C1V2. But tell us, it's got a really great dial. I don't know if you can see the color here. Oh yeah, really beautiful green. Tell us about the dial, because that's one aspect that makes you different.
Yeah. So laser etched sandwich cut. It was really important to us when designing to have unique character-filled dials. We want the dial to be noticed. We want it to be a conversation piece. We want someone to wear it out hoping somebody notices it or excited to show it to somebody. The space is filled with a lot of the blacks and the silvers and the white, which are nice and we considered, but we're really determined to focus on versatility here and allow people who might only be able to afford one attainable luxury timepiece to wear it dressed up or dressed down. And we felt like colors really gave it character, gave it versatility. I have a number of black and white face watches that sometimes I feel are a little too dressy for everyday jeans and a t-shirt, and vice versa. Some where the case isn't as polished or something like that, that just, they're harder to dress up. So our dial construction and our dial design were extremely important to our go-to-market strategy.
It's really pretty great. It has this, I mean, as you say, these sort of all day, you can wear it at night and has that great sort of shimmery aspect to the dial, but then obviously a very workaday watch as well.
Right.
And so what distinguishes the C1V1 from the C1V2, which we'll get to in a second?
So we like the idea of having them in the Premier collection together, side by side, just because of their dial construction.
Mm-hmm.
So the green in the C1V1 really, we played off the Arizona National Forest a little bit. I like kind of the straight lines and the zigzag lines because I almost see trees on a mountain kind of going different directions, how you're looking at the hill. And the C1V2 with the red, we played off a lot of the red rocks throughout the state. We wanted to give it the ability to play with the light, with the sun ray brushing, to really almost seem like it's changing colors a bit. And then when we decided how to etch that dial, we thought about a bit of a wavy pattern, like maybe you've seen some Omegas or something like that. But when we saw how it looked bisected 50-50, it reminded us of an Arizona sunset, the way the sun ray brushing hits the light, comes up from there. So we knew once we saw it playing with the light like that, that we had really found something that works.
That's right. Well, you bring up Arizona, and of course I did mention you're based in Phoenix, but what is it like being a watchmaker in Phoenix?
You know, I cherish a trip to Switzerland, given the weather differences. That's always nice, especially about now as we're pushing 100 degrees in mid-October today. Yeah. But it's fun. You know, there's not a lot of other watchmakers in the area, so it gives me a little bit of free reign to play with some things that maybe haven't been done in our neck of the woods before. It's nice to be so close to LA. Like I said, when I started the company, I hopped in my car and went to Virtual MicroLux in LA. The flip side of that is we are in our own little corner of the country here. You know, Miami and New York play large roles. Chicago, that's a bit more of a trip. And certainly getting myself to Europe is a little more difficult as a result. But I love it down here. I was born and raised in Phoenix. I bounced around a lot through my 20s. I like to move and I like to travel. But I ended up back in Phoenix around friends and family a few years back. And it was a blessing in disguise because it led me to this.
I see that cool cactus desert shot behind you. That's beautiful.
Yes, thank you. Get a little Southwest motif going in the workspace to try and get the ideas flowing.
Yeah, well, I think Arizona and the desert resonates with a lot of people. It's, you know, people really love the desert, or those who do really love the desert. I love the desert, so.
Sure, and it's a great opportunity for me as a native Arizonan, which is for someone my age, becoming a little more common, but neither of my parents were born and raised in Arizona. So it's kind of an opportunity to me to show off the state that, you know, a lot of people know the Grand Canyon or, you know, maybe the swankier parts of Scottsdale, but it's a good opportunity for me to show off our state at a larger swath.
Well, and that brings to mind, so Endatto, because I think of your heritage, it almost sounds Italian, and Endatto is a portmanteau, right? Are you Italian as well then?
Yeah, so my last name is Sicilian. I'm Italian on my father's side and German and Irish on my mother's. But I lived and studied in Rome while I was in college, and I love Italy. And so when we were trying to decide on a name, we were going to have trouble trademarking a few of our early ideas. So I had to kind of wipe the board clean and start over. And Endatto is a portmanteau. It's 3 Italian words and a Latin word that we chopped and changed to find the right fit to finally land on Endatto, but it all zeroes in on our mindset and what we're trying to do, and everything, you know, plays off timing a little bit and the right time to do something and to act on what's been a dream of mine for a long time. So while it added a few weeks of extra work and a little trademark work, we know we came to the right conclusion by starting fresh and getting to Endatto.
And one thing I haven't asked is, what are the price ranges? What are these pieces retail for? What is your sweet spot, you think? Yeah,
so both of them retail for $1,200. We are fully produced and ready to ship at Endatto.com. We just got some new great buffalo leather straps in that unfortunately I couldn't quite get to LA in time for the show to put in your guys' hands, but we have them matching the dial colors, and they're from a luxury strap maker in Belgium, and we're proud and excited to kind of add another few things to the lineup of options since we launched. So yeah, Endatto.com, everything's ready to go, and we're excited. Our Instagram too is at Endatto USA. Tons of pictures up there that can get you wherever you want to be.
And the sizing, I realized, is it what, around 38 or
39?
39. So it's,
you know, it's interesting. You and Ariel were talking about women's watches versus men's, and when we were designing the watch, you know, there's some trends in women going up in the diameter and men not being as tied to something at 42, 43, 44 anymore. So we felt like 39 was a really good sweet spot to sell to either sex. We feel like the dial colors can appeal to either sex. We feel like these straps can really help maybe give it a little bit more of the flair that a woman might be looking for, whereas maybe the man's looking for something a little more conservative and straightforward, or vice versa. I mean, I find these new straps on my wrist every time I wear the watches now. They're so comfortable. So yeah, 39 we felt like was really a good sweet spot for us.
yeah, I agree, because it does work for anybody, and I do like that the colors are appealing, but not overly masculine, not overly feminine. They just seem really right there in the middle. And tell us about this cool case too, because it comes in.
Right, so we designed that case ourselves. It's handcrafted 2-watch travel case. Every watch in the Premier collection that is purchased will be delivered in one of those cases. And you know, we were really happy to come up with a solution like this that worked. I really wanted to deliver in a travel case. We really want this company moving forward to design the watches to be the only watch you need to travel with, really. So this case was a big part of that, and we feel like it adds a lot of value to protecting this investment, because it is an investment. This is attainable luxury. You know, we're not maybe at the Breitling who was just before us, but it's certainly something you're spending enough money on that you want to be sure to protect it. And so we were really glad to come up with a solution for that for every one of our customers.
I'm sorry if you hear me guzzling water. I'm stifling a cough here. I swear it's something in the air. Well, so for anybody, just as a takeaway, what is it that you want people who are watching today to come away with about Endatto? What do you think is the sort of elevator pitch, I guess, for the brand?
Sure. I mean, you know, first and foremost, introducing ourselves to the watch community, you know, it has only been 4 months since we officially launched the first collection, so we're still so new. So that's a big part of it, is introducing ourselves. But I hope people come away, you know, seeing a watch that really pulls them in, that really catches their eye, that they feel like, you know, I could wear that watch in a lot of scenarios. That one watch could do a lot for me in terms of how I use my watches. You know, it's not exactly a tool watch, but I feel like its versatility works in enough situations that it becomes a tool for you as you go out and present yourself.
And I like the cool marketing. These images that we're all seeing are really, really great. They have a kind of, well, they're a little masculine, but I love that glass of whiskey, that travel wallet, the coins that suggest you might be traveling abroad.
Thank you. They photograph incredibly. They just do the way the shadows of the hands can play into the etched dial, the colors, the sun. They photograph beautifully. So we're very proud of that.
Yeah, and there's like a field watch quality too. Certainly the green dial.
Yeah, we felt like we were approaching a field watch, and that's why we like the versatility aspect. We feel like it could be designed as a dress watch. It could be defined as a field watch. You know, it's got a date window, so there's a complication in it that can kind of take it to that field watch point. And I like the date window. I think it's useful. One less thing to have to take my phone out of my pocket for. So we were glad to include it.
And as you look to 2021, what might we see from Endatto going forward? You've sort of hit the market with these two cool timepieces.
Sure. So
else?
we have a third designed. We're hoping to release it before Christmas. We'd like to be in on the holiday shopping and the gift giving and really try to bring Endatto into people's homes that way. But as I said, a timeline in 2020 is a fool's errand at this point. So we're taking it one day at a time, but we do have this watch produced and ready to go. It's just about getting everything launched and photographed, and the webs, there's a lot to it. So we're hoping before Christmas to release this third one, and then moving into 2021, designs have begun, but it's going to depend a lot on what happens through the winter here and how far we can really push ourselves as we move into 2021.
And how are you getting the name out there? Obviously, you're participating in events like MicroLux. Are you at all going to be going through a wholesale route, or is it all going to be direct to consumer through your site?
Right now, direct to consumer through the site. I'm up on Chrono 24 as well, in case that's just an avenue people prefer. I would like to hit the pavement more and really get out there face to face, because as has been a theme of this weekend, it's better in person, but this is as good as we can do, and it's great. So I would like to be out there more and more. Personally, it's a little difficult with everything going on and trying to be worried enough that you're keeping everyone safe, but not so worried that it's at a detriment to the business, so it's a fine line right now. But so right now, social media is our big friend. So, if anyone out there likes the watches, please comment, share, like everything. We appreciate it. And right now we need all the help we can get.
And your Instagram, is it at Endatto or Endatto Craft?
At Endatto USA.
USA, okay, yeah. No, certainly. And so in this year plus that you've been sort of studying the watch industry and getting out, what's been most surprising to you about this industry? You were a collector, a lover of watches before you got in. What is it like from the inside?
Yeah, people have been so nice. I mean, especially in the MicroLux community, there's a real understanding of what it takes to get this off the ground that maybe some watch lovers who haven't actually worked in the business are not as quick to grasp until you have those one-on-one conversations with some of the brand owners. And so the community's been shockingly welcoming. You don't expect to be a competitor and to go in and have competitors be so kind to you. But, I walked around Chicago MicroLux a year ago, and I mentioned to people I founded my company, I'm waiting for my prototypes, and the advice was just flowing out. So the community's been fantastic.
Yeah, watch lovers are a helpful bunch.
Yeah.
Well, Ted, it's so nice to meet you and to hear more about Endatto and the history and heritage of the pieces, and how you came from loving watches to making watches. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thanks to Rich and Ariel and everyone behind the scenes. This is a great venue to be able to pull something off, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Super. Well, we'll catch you next time. And those of you who are joining us remotely, keep in mind we're going to be taking a little lunch break. Our next brand at 3 o'clock is Lesablier. Nice French name. So join us back at 3, and then also keep in mind that at the end of today's programming, if you see the links in your live stream, join us. There are going to be some founder owners available for Q&As, also giving out some discounts, perhaps some promo codes. So do join us after today's final brand, and we'll see you there. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It's great to have you back. This is Victoria Gomelsky. I'm here with Akbar Sattar. He's founder, owner, designer of a brand called Lesablier, and he's joining us from the DC area. Welcome, Akbar. Great to meet you. Yeah, so tell us, it's a cool name. Lesablier translates to the hourglass in French, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the hourglass, when you think of time telling, the hourglass is possibly one of the first time-telling instruments ever. It's iconic, and one thing you'll see about all our brand's watches is they're pretty different in terms of the design. If you see my idea with the design is if you see a Lesablier, you know it's a Lesablier. So sort of going off how iconic the hourglass is, we want our watches to have that same sort of recognition. When you see one, you know exactly what it is.
Well, so let's back up because we're definitely going to see the watches on screen. But tell us about how you got into watches. Were you a collector? Were you a enthusiast before? And what made you decide you were ready to start your own brand?
So yeah, I'm definitely a watch collector and enthusiast before a businessman. I was always into watches from a very young age. My dad had this Rolex Datejust when I was a kid, and I used to I loved looking at it, and I guess that's where my watch passion started. And I always had an affinity for designing stuff. I draw things, watches, cars, another one of my passions. So I eventually ended up, I was like, you know what, I want something that's special in the sub $1,000 range. I want to be able to have a watch that's unique, that's iconic, and just something that makes me feel special for having it. So I decided, why not design my own? Why not start from scratch and build my own, since I couldn't find what I wanted on the market.
Wow. And so what were you looking for that you couldn't find? Was it more dressy? Was it a sporty? You've mentioned the dials of your pieces are distinctive, so.
Yeah, really I was looking for something different. In the $0 to $1,000 price range, there's a lot of options out there. There's many great micro brands. There's some mainstream brands as well. But I wanted to make something that had a sort of high horology feel to it. With those large independent brands, you have like MB&F, Moser on the super high end. Yeah. I wanted to bring that sort of feeling to this price range, where when you buy a watch from me, when you buy a watch from Lesablier, you become a part of the family. We don't mass produce. We make very few watches, actually. So I wanted to make something very special. Just, each watch is individually numbered. So that's what was missing for me in the 0 to 1,000 price range. I wanted to be able to have a piece of a brand rather than just another watch stamped out by, a big fashion brand or something like that.
Well, so you've mentioned, let's get to the watches themselves. You've got two core models. You've got the Supernova and the Moonlight. So why don't we start with the Supernova?
Yeah, so the Supernova and Moonlight are part of our Sport Classic collection, which is our latest release. And the Supernova what's special about it is it has an aventurine dial. For those of you who are not familiar with aventurine is a cobalt glass mixture with little flecks of copper and some other little shavings. So what it gives you an effect of is the night sky, hence the name Supernova. It looks like you're literally looking into the stars. And they're incredibly difficult to make, and they just have so much depth to it. It's just, you don't see something like that every day. So many watches have a flat dial, so many watches have sunburst dial. This is just something a little different, and I want different. I like different.
It's funny, I've got a little aventurine on the watch I'm wearing today, so I agree with you. It's got that cosmic connection. Exactly. It feels a little bit like you're staring into space. Exactly. And you've got that really cool distinctive bezel as well, the faceted bezel. Tell us a little bit about the design inspiration for the piece.
So there's actually a lot of design inspirations to it. I'm very open in where my inspirations come from. But the main one, as you can look just by seeing the watch's case, is 70s watches. I like vintage watches a lot, especially those from the 1970s. A lot of them had this integrated bracelet sort of look with a lot of bevels and edges. And actually, I have one of the big inspirations on me right now. It's this vintage Zenith Defy from 1969.
Oh, wow.
It's a watch I picked up about, I want to say 6 years ago. And I just thought the lugs were really cool, the way they were shrouded. And that's the way I design. There are little things I like in certain watches. They're just little designs. And it's more like, wow, that's cool. I want to do something like that. And I set off to make my own design with just little elements of things I like from here and there. So we have the vintage 70s look. The dial layout, for those of you familiar with high horology brands, is taken from one of my favorite from that category, the FB Jour and Chronometre Bleu. Just the overall layout sort of look is just little bits and pieces come from things I personally like. I wanted to build my perfect watch, and that's what I set out to do.
And what's the movement? Tell us about the mechanics of the piece.
So the Sport Classic lineup all use Miyota 8N40s. And the benefit of that movement is, for those of you who are familiar with the 8 series of Miyota, they're incredibly reliable. They last forever. And the 8N40 specifically has an offset sub-seconds hand. So I love asymmetry. It's another weird, quirky thing. So I really wanted to work with a movement that had that asymmetrical seconds hand. And on the Moonlight version, which is another one of our special dials, you could actually see the movement through it. So I wanted to show off the skeletonized movement without being a skeleton watch.
Well, and before we move on to the Moonlight, what's the price point of the Supernova?
All the Sport Classics are around $490 to $525. Supernova's at the $525 range. But I will say the Supernova's only limited to 50 pieces ever. And we're down to our last 3 or 4. So
oh, wow.
That's been our best seller. If you're watching this and you want one, it's a good time now.
Act fast.
Yeah, it won't be available much longer.
Well, that's good news, I think, for you. Well, tell us about the Moonlight then. We saw a glimpse of it earlier.
So the Moonlight is actually the watch we launched with. The Supernova we added on to our lineup later, but the the Moonlight has a dial that we've called the Ghost Dial. And the reason it's called that is because you can see the movement through it, but it's not a skeleton. It has a fumée effect, and for those of you not familiar with fumée, it's a smoked effect. It's French for smoke. So you have it goes from dark on the outside to lighter in the center, but at the same time, our Ghost Dial goes from more opaque to more translucent in the center. So the reason we did that is so that the issue with a lot of skeleton watches is all you see is the movement when you look at it. You're just drawn in by all the bridges, the balance wheel, that sort of stuff. But our watch is so much more than the movement. We have the bezel, as you mentioned earlier, the case. And I wanted so that when you look at the watch, you can see the movement, you can see the beating heart of the watch, but at the same time, you're not distracted by it. You know, the dark, the gradient sort of leads your eye out into the rest of the case. So that was sort of the thinking behind it. I wanted to do something a little different, something that's not like your overplayed, just pure, oh, this is a no dial skeleton, but at the same time, not a solid dial.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a fumé approach on a skeleton dial, so that's cool. It's definitely distinctive. And how much is this piece again, the Moonlight?
Moonlight is $495. And one thing I should mention, all Sport Classics, the Moonlight, Supernova, you might have seen the photos and the videos of it with a leather strap, a rubber strap, a bracelet. All 3 are included with every Sport Classic. So whether you get the Supernova, Moonlight, Cobalt, that's just me being indecisive. I couldn't decide whether I wanted to make a rubber band watch, or leather band watch. And later on, we added the stainless steel bracelet as well. So if you buy any of them, you have all 3. They're all easy release. You can just clip it on, clip it off. You're good to go.
That's great. And how big are they in terms of millimeter?
So they're a 40 millimeter diameter with a 49 lug to lug.
Okay. Wow. And so, and they're only available on your website, or where do people buy these?
So they were originally available on Kickstarter last year. We were successfully funded in our campaign, and after that, we're selling purely through our website. And
I love that this MicroLux is bringing together all these boutique makers. So you're in DC. What is it like being a watchmaker in DC? Have you run into any other people who run watch brands based around where you live?
Yeah, you'll actually see one tomorrow. Tsao Baltimore is
right. Yes.
A good 30, 40-minute drive from me. So we have a small community of watch brands from the DC, Maryland, Virginia area.
That's so cool. And then when you were sort of investigating this world, were you going back and forth to Switzerland, or I guess Japan, given it's Miyota?
I didn't do a lot of traveling. I did a lot of research online. I looked at a lot of other brands. I saw like this brand's cool. Who makes their watches? And then I just trawled a lot of forums, Facebook groups. So the way I approached it was less like a watch company and more like a watch enthusiast. I was like, what do I want? What's the sort of quality do I want? Like, think I'm not making a brand. Think I'm buying a watch from a brand. What do I want? So I sort of became my own customer, so to speak. And I tried to see, find the manufacturer, the partner that can work best with my vision and what I want, like what I would want to buy myself.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fun approach, I guess. Are your friends all wearing your watches by now? Are they available? They're ready to ship, correct?
Oh yeah, they're all ready to ship. Our Kickstarter campaign finished last year, and we hit a couple delays with COVID-19.
Yeah. But
now we're all in stock. We're ready to ship. We ship out in 2 to 3 business days. I hope all my friends are wearing it. The ones that have bought it. So yeah, my brother's watching it right now. I'm pretty sure he's wearing it.
Okay. Yeah, the brother. He better be. I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too.
And what's your plan for 2021? Are you already in the process of designing your next piece?
I'm glad you asked. We're working on a new watch. I'm really excited about it. I can't speak too much as to details about it just yet, but I will say if you like diving, this is going to be definitely up your alley. We're looking to launch sometime mid-2021 on Kickstarter. But watch this space. Our Instagram is Lesablier.watches, and we'll be revealing it shortly in the next month or so. You'll get a first glimpse at what we're working on next.
Well, that's exciting. And have you spent this time that we've all been, mostly home, locked down? Have you been connecting with a lot of enthusiast watch lovers? What have you spent most of your time doing?
Always. Well, a big part of it was, working on the Sport Classic. We were, like I mentioned earlier, COVID was not easy for anybody. It was definitely not easy for us as we were awaiting the inventory for it. Yeah. So we've been spending a lot of time with our Sport Classic, and also we've been spending a lot of time getting the new watch ready. We've been working on it for over a year now already. So we're taking our time with it. We want it to be really, really perfect in every way. So that's one of the benefits of staying at home. Your creativity can go wild and you can just design whatever. So we've also designed 3 models ahead of that too. So we've been busy.
Yeah. And when you talked about sort of some of your design inspiration in the 70s, and you named F.P. Journe, obviously a very well-known, well-regarded contemporary maker. Any other sort of points of inspiration that people out there watching might resonate with them? I mean, where else are you looking to, or to other watch classics in the watch pantheon?
Yeah, I guess, some people, it's funny, a lot of people look at my watch and say, oh, this is Royal Oak inspired. Honestly speaking, I wasn't even thinking about the Royal Oak. I love the Royal Oak, but the design was mainly from the 70s idea of those more geometric sort of shapes. That's where the octagonal bezel came from. And the Royal Oak was from the 70s originally.
Yeah.
But one of the other inspirations, not so much from a watch perspective, but from a wearer perspective, is I personally have very small wrists. I have 6.5-inch wrists. So I try to design my watches to fit people that have smaller wrists as well as people that have larger wrists. So even though the Sport Classic has a bit of heft to it, it will still fit anybody of any wrist size. I'd say from 6-inch wrist onwards. And as far as other inspirations go, I'm a huge car fanatic. I love vintage cars especially. So all I'll say is watch this space for something more along those lines.
So watch this space. We've got something in the dive category coming, something in the automotive racing category coming. It sounds like a lot of cool inspiration. And in terms of takeaways, when people, Lesablier, what do you want them to really know about the brand? What's your elevator pitch?
My elevator pitch is really simple. I'm just another watch guy, just like the people buying my watches. I'm not, some figure trying to revolutionize the industry, cut out the middleman, nothing like that. I just like watches. I want to make nice watches for people that also like watches. The main thing I want people to take away is that Lesabliers are very different. There's many micro brands out there. There's many other brands out there. But I personally feel, and I hope my customers agree, our brand identity is very unique. The kind of brand we are, I want us to have a personality. I want people to look at their watch and smile every time. Just like it's something a little different. That's why every single one of our watches has a serial number on the dial, just so that your watch is 1 of 50, 1 of 100. So my real, I guess what I'm trying to say is I want the takeaway to be that it's a special watch. It's a watch making, watch collecting is very personal to me. And I'd like it to be for the person who buys one of my watches.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I was going to ask you about the serial numbers on the dial, which you don't often see. It's
almost
never.
Never.
Yeah, almost never. And so
yeah, my dial manufacturer was not happy when I told them I wanted serial numbers on the dial. They were about to tell me to find somebody else.
Oh dear. Well, so out of this whole process, when you from start to finish, what has been the most surprising or challenging aspect of building a brand and building a watch?
Honestly, in my personal opinion, the hard part is not building the watch. If you like watches, design comes naturally to you. It's just you close your eyes and you just make what you want. But for me, the hard part is actually getting a partner that you can trust to build with. And not only that, but just making something that people will also like, not just you. My first watch, is still available, the AV24. It's a 24-hour only watch. I personally love it. It's a very niche sort of watch, but you learn throughout the process. You're like, I really like this. Will other people like it too? But you have to walk a fine line where it's still your design, where you're not just trying to please a crowd. You still have to have that personality in it that the creator should show through the product. So I feel like the hard part, making it is easy. The hard part is getting your name out there, getting people to see what you're about. And I'm really glad I was here. So I had the opportunity to do that a little bit with you and aBlogtoWatch.
Yeah, well, no, I was going to say, how are you connecting with people other than through events like MicroLux? Have you been super active on Instagram?
Yeah, so we have an Instagram. We're pretty active on it. Events are, personally, my favorite part is events. I love in-person events, especially. Of course, now that's not really realistic. But I just love meeting people. I love talking to them about what I do, what we provide. But aside from that, there's lots of Facebook groups, Instagram, social media. And honestly, I just wear them and people ask me about them sometimes. So that tends to work well too.
Yeah. How did you, when you talk about wearing them and people asking about them, I think the aventurine is especially something that stands out. How did you even come to that material? What made you realize, because a lot of people don't even know what that is or have never heard of it.
So I'm a geek for materials. I love weird materials in watches. Like I love things made out of titanium. Some people are making entire watches out of meteorites, stuff like that. So I always look into stuff like that, things that are difficult to make, things that are interesting and special. Aventurine has always been something I liked. I've seen it in some higher end watches. Along and Sonia have a couple that have it. A couple of their watches that have an aventurine dial. So I always keep tabs on materials. Another one of our watches actually has an enamel dial. For those of you not familiar with enamel, they're very difficult to make. So I wanted to do that too. It's just I like to keep tabs on what the high watchmaking world is doing and try to bring pieces of that to all enthusiasts.
To a more affordable segment. Yeah, it sounds like you're jumping in with some of the more challenging materials. Enamel can break very easily. So
yeah, it's not been easy.
Well, kudos to you for giving it a go and having these great watches with the really cool distinctive dials and the distinctive case. Akbar, it was a pleasure to meet you and hear more about Lesablier and your inspirations and, of course, see some of the pieces on the screen. So thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure talking to you all today.
All right. Well, everyone, thank you very much, Akbar. Next up at 3:30, we've got a chat with Ron Bhindi from Bhindi Jewelers and collector Chad Tsagris. They're going to be talking about watch collecting. So I think a lot of you will probably be interested in that. All right. That's next up, 3:30.
Hi, my name is Chad Tsagris from Watch Gang. I'm an avid vintage collector and a veteran in the industry for manufacturing and distribution. I'm here with my good friend Ron Bhindi for this segment on MicroLux today. We're going to be talking about how to curate a collection and what things new collectors should look at. Ron, how are you doing?
I'm good, Chad. Thanks for having me, and I'm excited about getting into this conversation about watch collecting and things we do in the industry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, we brought a few pieces from our own personal collections that we'd like to share. Let's just to start off, let's say, what's on your wrist today,
Today I'm wearing the Tudor Black Bay Harrods edition with the green bezel.
Oh, that's a really cool
something
piece.
that I had the privilege of purchasing when we could travel through the Harrods store, and it was definitely a memorable moment for me.
Exactly, that's a beautiful piece. I'm wearing the Milgauss, the first generation,
Absolutely beautiful.
6541. It's a rare occurrence that I bring this out, and I figured this is a great opportunity to show it off. And
Yeah, well, we don't get to see that orange triangle on the top very often. So.
no, and the thing is with this is one of those pieces where it's so understated and so not the normal unless you're a very, very really in deep collector that you get into this. It's
Right.
not your entry level. And, for me, when I was first starting to collect watches, it was a personal thing of achievements in my life and things that I would want to basically take as a memory. What about yourself?
It started the same way for me. One of the watches I actually brought with me today is actually the first watch I bought myself. Graduated high school, got a job, and after my first 3 months, I went to the Swatch store and picked up, my first wristwatch. And I used to collect watches when I was a kid, but this was really something that is memorable to me. I've held on to it for 22 years. Still have the box, my purchase invoice, and actually had it restored so that I could wear it now, and it's as a memory.
That's something I think that's really special is, that it's not necessarily the amount of the price of the watch or how you even develop your taste over the years. They have just a feeling to them and like a certain story to them. My first watch that I ever bought, I was working at a jewelry store when I was 17, 18, and I bought an Esquire, and I thought it was the greatest thing ever. And it's amazing to see.
I think that's one of the things about watch collecting. It's irrelevant of watch price. It's what you like. It's what you strive to purchase, and it could be a memorable moment, but it could be a $100 Swatch watch, or a $250,000 vintage piece, or a Patek Philippe. But the best part about watch collecting, I think, is that there is a price point for anyone or any enthusiast to really get into.
Absolutely. My job at Watch Gang is that we look through and we find watches that go on all different price levels and different price points and boutique things. And then, I brought this one today, which was special to me because it was my first watch I ever designed with a company called Out of Order that I distributed for. And this company, I've been with them. I found them in Basel about 5 years ago in the back of the Hall 3.3.
Right, with the independents.
All the independents. And they let me design this watch, and I brought them to North America. And they've been one of our most successful brands in the Watch Gang family.
And what is the price point of
those? They go from $169 up to $1,000.
Okay. So it's a great entry into watch collecting.
Correct.
Again, a brand where you can really just start at a $200 timepiece or go up to $1,000.
It's amazing because that's exactly it. And then the amount of customers where I've had that have had those watches and now are buying Rolexes and Pateks and things like that. It's amazing to see how they've progressed from a $200 watch.
I think it's about getting the bug. Someone that gets the itch for collecting, whether you start with a $500 price point or start with the $6 price point. But I think over time, collectors will evolve into different price points and price points. I definitely have had clients that started high. It started with a gold Rolex Day-Date, but then became watch enthusiasts and they're collecting Tag Heuers or Tudors, something that's a much lower price point, but it's fun to collect. So it can be reverse.
I think it's really about the factor of fun, personally, because, I bought from you this summer a Breitling Top Timer.
Yes,
and
fantastic watch.
This is one of my most exciting watches I've purchased in the last 5 years, and I wear it as my daily watch because it's just fun. It's color. It's something that I've always wanted. And it actually goes back to when an 18-year-old Chad wanted a Breitling more than anything.
Right.
Thought that the time he could buy Breitlings was a success. Like, I made it so success in my life. And now I have more than Breitlings, but it's just every time I buy a Breitling for my personal collection, it's something that reminds me of.
Speaking of color, I also have in my collection the Nomos Minimatic. One of the things that drew me to this watch was just that hint of orange that they introduced with their new in-house movement.
Nice.
Again, it's just a great timepiece. For $3,000, you're getting an in-house movement and that little bit of orange.
That's incredible that they're able to produce
color.
an in-house movement for $3,000.
Yes, absolutely. And again, Nomos being one of the brands that really has a great entry-level collector mindset.
Absolutely.
So just wanted to highlight that as a part of watches with colors that I definitely
Now,
like.
I do see over there something really interesting. Can you tell me a little bit more about that Hublot that you have?
So this is one of my favorites in my collection. You know, Hublot being a brand about the art of fusion, about fusing materials. This was something that was done out of the New York location, and they call this the concrete jungle. The watch bezel is actually concrete, and it's fused onto a ceramic case. And then on the back of the case back is in the Statue of Liberty, kind of done in a colored glass sapphire case back. But for me, when I heard about Hublot putting concrete on a watch, that was just something
That's
special.
something special and unique.
And unique.
It's also something that when you have that, you're one of the only people who have it.
Yes, it was a very, very small production, and I think it might be because there's literally concrete on the bezel, and it's something, you know, that you have to be a little bit more careful with. I'm usually not as careful with watches as I wear them, but this is something that I do love. It feels great, and it's just very unique in my collection.
That's really cool. I really like that. You know, I used to work for a company called Terracello Mar, and we did a 10-piece limited edition concrete dial, copying the stone dials. This was the most complex, hardest dial that we've ever tried to produce, and the result was beautiful, but it was
not as easily done.
Not as easily done as what we thought. So, you know.
I mean, and going back into, you know, I've seen some of the watches that you brought into the vintage Rolexes, and you know, one of my very early watches, because of the price segment, also was just the Tudor Submariner. Another great watch, great price point to get yourself into a vintage collection, and it's fun to get into. And of course, you know, I see that you've brought a few pieces there that I'd love to hear about.
Yeah, you know,
regarding vintage Rolex.
So vintage Rolex, you know, I brought a couple pieces. You know, let's start with the red line sub. Okay. Talking about vintage Tudor Submariners. You know, this is from 1972. It is a beautiful example because it has this original bracelet. These are very flimsy. You know, people have to realize that when we're talking 1970s, 1960s Rolex, these weren't luxury timepieces. They were just timepieces. They were
tool watches.
A tool watch that was made for a purpose, and they weren't overly that expensive compared to what the market is today. And this is, going to your Tudor, is something where this was a tool. It was supposed to be used. And this one's been loved and used, and it's really a fun piece to have and wear. You know, it's
again, it makes it special with the red line sub.
The red line sub is very special. You know, I do have a double red line Sea Dweller, but I figured that was for another time.
For another time.
You know, and
we can have a whole nother segment on vintage.
On vintage. You know, vintage is something where, you know, I can wear a watch that's 44 millimeters, and I can wear a watch that's 36 millimeters, and I feel just as comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, same goes for me. The Minimatic's 35 millimeter, and then my Hublot is 45 millimeters. So you really go from a wide range of cases and bracelets. And it's fun being able to be that versatile on the wrist.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think that the big thing is when you're collecting watches is to go for things that are fun. Look outside of your comfort of what brand you think you should be buying and start exploring new brands. Because I believe every collection has things.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things even with us, we try to, especially when we have a first-time watch buyer, you know, we really try to get a sense of what they're looking for, you know, what range they want to look for. And then, you know, I think when you're collecting, I think every brand has 2 or 3 watches that are really either iconic, that you could really get into. And so it's really easy to curate someone that's looking for their first watch, to spend a little bit of time to see what they're looking for, and then to have the fun just going, you know, brand by brand, point out pieces until they find the one that's just right for them.
I'd have to agree. You know, one final question, you know, I'd like just to ask you is, if you could say, what would you recommend for a great entry-level collector watch to get someone really involved? This is the impossible question to answer.
This is the impossible question for a retailer. I mean, I really kind of think there's multiple brands that I could go into, but for me right now, Tudor is one of my favorites. I think what they do from an in-house manufacturer movement to the case, design and the historical part of the history behind their brand is a great one. And then the second one really would be Tag Heuer. I think what they do at their price point, it's very luxurious. It's entry level, but they do a great movement. They have great design, and it's a little bit more modern fun.
I'd have
so
to
those
agree.
would be my 2.
I'd have to agree. Those are 2 brands that I'd highly support. You know, I've owned plenty of them over the years, and you know, I think that that's a really good place where someone can really hop in and get a high quality automatic watch for an affordable price. So.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Ron. That was a lot of fun learning about some vintage watches with you.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for visiting the boutique.
And thank you guys for joining us on Virtual MicroLux.
Back. Well, that was a great discussion. That was Ron Bhindi from Bhindi Jewelers, Watch Gang's Chad Tsagris, who's a collector extraordinaire. I'm sure all of you have really great collecting stories about how you got into watches. I think from my conversations with collectors over the years, it's often a father figure or grandfather who collected watches. Sometimes it's just the artistry of the movement, the mechanics. Often it's the history. I know for me, it was years ago when I started writing about watches, it was 2000. And I went to Bangkok because the company I was writing for was based in Bangkok, and I wandered through Patpong, the famous night market. And of course, it's all counterfeit watches, so it wasn't exactly a Swiss piece, but I fell in love with the Jaeger LeCoultre Reverso, which is just such a great watch. It's from, I believe it's 32, founded or designed as a piece for the polo players in India. And honestly, I've coveted that piece all these years. I still don't have my very first Reverso, but it's on the list. I think it's the aspirational brand, I think, for most of my watches, and I do have a pretty healthy collection. A lot of them are the Gmelski watches that Rich and Ariel brought up earlier, that Shinola made a brand, a woman's only brand, they named it after me. So it was just a total serendipitous story. I happened to walk into their booth in Basel in 2013, and the founder of the brand, of Shinola, hadn't come up with a name for their new ladies' watch. And unbeknownst to me, right before I walked in, he'd said, screw it, next person that's coming in, we're naming it after them. And there I go, walked in for my PR appointment and sat down with Tom Kartsotis, the founder of Shinola, and he shows me these watches, and he comes up to the ladies' piece and says, what do you think? Do you have a name for this piece? We're stuck on the name. And I was like, no, not at all. You know, what am I supposed to do? I wasn't there to name a watch. And then he asked my last name, and I said, Gmelski. And he said, the Gmelski. And just like that, and it honestly sounded like he was just sort of pulling my leg. It was a joke, but about a month later, I get a call from their lawyer saying, they're really thinking about naming this watch after you. And as they sure did, and it was a Shinola piece with Shinola on the dial, but a few years later, in 2016, they actually put out a whole collection of watches called Gmelski, ladies' watches with cool gemstone dials. And so that's what I primarily wear these days, are the watches with my name on them. I don't get any royalties. And I did get a few free watches, but I've also bought plenty for my sister and my mom. But that's primarily my collection. I think as a collector, I also try to really include as many different kinds of watches in my collection. I'm not like, I know you have your guys who love dive watches and they want to include all those, all the different brands. Others are real Rolex people or just devoted to a brand, a Speedmaster, an Omega. I've always really liked having a lot of variety. So I've got funky tourbillons in my collection. I've got a number of quartz styles. I've got some cool Bulova. I crave a Reverso. I also crave just a really great Datejust. I think that's one of those models that is foundational. So many people's parents or fathers own one. I think that's a great way to get in. And Rolex, I mean, love them or hate them. You can't sort of quibble with their quality. So many different brands, so many different ways to get into this business. But this year, especially over the last 7 months, I've had the opportunity to join a lot of Zoom groups and webinars and collectors talking on different webinars and conference calls. And it's really kind of heartening to see how many different ways there are to get into this business. It reminds me, I just wrote a story about the history of the wristwatch for the New York Times over the last 100 years. Not that it was invented 100 years ago, but that when soldiers came back from the war in World War I in 1920, that's when the style of a wristwatch was popularized. And, I just completely lost my thought. I was saying something about getting into, one of the collectors and specialists I interviewed for the piece was a Patek Philippe specialist. And he said that basically for fun, when he talks to collectors, he asks them, were you a swatch collector? And inevitably the answer is yes. For so many of you out there, your first watch was a swatch. It was the 80s, and you collected every color there was, and it was fun, and it was affordable, and it was a great way for lots of kids to get into watches. So I think there's Swatch, there's Flick Flack, there's always those entry brands when you're a kid or when you're a young adult that funnel you into this world. It's pretty rare to start collecting with your FP Journes or your Langes or your Pateks. So you often get in on that more, accessible level. And for a lot of us, accessible is very relative, of course, but there's so many brands out there. So I think it's exciting to see the breadth and variety, and just, whether you're a movement person and drawn to mechanics or whether you just like the aesthetics of a piece, there's so much. I think there's no better time to be a watch lover and enthusiast than today, because just what we see here in the lineup of micro brands and makers that are out there, it's just stunning to know how many people are out there making different kinds of watches, trying to suit a specific kind of buyer. So I think whatever you're drawn to, you will find in today's marketplace. So I think that's, given that the Swiss are obviously pretty pricey, there's so many makers out there doing cool things, sort of inspired by the Swiss, sort of inspired by some of the 20th century's greatest models, but also putting a new fresh spin on things, going direct, available online. Obviously, Kickstarter has played a huge role in a lot of these brands coming to market. So, I think it's, I've talked to so many collectors lately. For a lot of stories, I've been doing a lot of watch coverage lately for the Times and for Rob Report, and one of these days, maybe I'll write for Ariel at aBlogtoWatch. But again, I've also spoken to a lot of female collectors lately, and again, struck by how much knowledge there is. I think this world of blogs and this world of media and all the Instagrams, feeds we see these days. I mean, 10 years ago, you couldn't have found this kind of information out there. You might have had to go on a forum and be sort of troll the forums and get what you needed. But honestly, the amount of information and the amount of education that's available to anyone who just wants to start and dip their toes into the world of watches and collecting, I mean, you can pretty much get a PhD in the subject if you just sit there and attend a lot of these virtual events that are happening this year. So I think, there's just no shortage of info online. If you just do a little Googling or basically just go to aBlogtoWatch, you'll find a story about kind of anything that interests you, whether it's the history or the artistry, the craftsmanship, the design. So many great design stories in this business. So anyway, in a couple minutes, let's see. Our next brand is Twelf-X. We're going to be here with it. It's got a really cool loom story. So any of you who are loom specialists, tune back in at 4 p.m. and you'll see all about Twelf-X. And then after that, we've got one more brand. So stick around. Hey everyone, it's Victoria. I'm back, and here I'm with Pamela Tan. She's founder of Seaholm. Oh, pardon me, she's founder of Twelf-X. Seaholm's after this. Founder of Twelf-X, and she's coming to us from Singapore. It's 7 a.m. on Sunday in Singapore. Welcome, Pamela.
Thanks a lot, Victoria. Thanks for welcoming me. Very excited to be back here at MicroLux in a different format, but I'm still glad to be back here.
Yeah, you were just telling me, so you were founded about a year ago, and you made your debut at MicroLux Chicago, is that right?
Yes, that's right. So absolutely right. So now I think this is a very unusual time for all of us, but it's very apt to be back here after a year.
Yeah. Well, how's life in Singapore these days? Are you still under lockdown there?
No, we're not on lockdown, but it's restricted gatherings and restricted movements. No travel, and for a small tiny island, it's a bit difficult and different for everyone to find new things to do around the island.
Oh my God, I bet. But in an island full of watch lovers, it's such a hub for great watchmaking, horology in general. Well,
yes, that's right.
So you come from a family of enthusiasts in the watch space.
So actually, we're actually a family that's been dealing with the watch business. I'm actually in the third generation. So it started from my grandfather's time. So he started off with the manufacturing of watches. And subsequently, he did a few distribution brands. And then when my dad took over, together with my mom, they started a distribution business back here in Singapore in Southeast Asia. So now I've joined the business for about 9 or 10 years. And I thought that, I wanted something that I could call my own after 20 years, 30 years, instead of, and I thought that starting our own brand of watches would be the perfect way to pay homage to our heritage in the industry, and what I basically grown up with, it's something that I remember, helping my parents or going to the office with them when I was since I was 5 years old. So it's something that has resonated a lot with me, and it's something that I wanted to stay part of the family.
And tell us about the name, because there's a kind of a cool story behind Twelf-X. What does that mean?
Yeah, so Twelf-X basically started, the inspiration behind Twelf-X was because I love traveling. I love a good adventure, I would always pick up my bags, go alone, go on solo trips and everything. And my goal was always to travel around the world, cover every single inch of the planet, if I could. And ever since I started diving, I also wanted to cover the oceans and stuff like that. So 12 is basically a play on the word 12, or the number 12, to represent 7 continents and 5 oceans. And X is basically for that one experience that you can take with you for a whole lifetime. And that's what I wanted the watch to embody.
And so your main collection that we're talking about today is the Sky collection, right? Which is another geared towards travelers. Tell us about it, and it's a multiple time zone watch.
Yes. So basically the Sky collection, I think I wanted to focus on it because, the irony is that we can't travel, and it's something that it just inspires me to think about what's on my next bucket list. So basically the Sky collection is this one that you see over here. Mm-hmm. It's a 3 time zone watch. Okay, so it's not really a GMT. So what we have done is to keep it really, really simple using the normal hands. But what we have done is we added an external bezel as well as an internal bezel to the watch. So the external bezel has a 12-hour marker as well, mm-hmm. as well as the internal bezel as well has another 12-hour marker. So I'm someone who travels a lot for work. Or if not travel a lot, and sometimes I lose track of time. So I do need the various time zones, and playing with little bit with the fonts, reversing the hours and the minutes. It's just a little bit of a play to create that pilot-looking watch. And on the dial, you will see a slight sandblasted texture on it. And I don't really like flat dials. I like something with a bit more textures. for the aesthetics, and that's why I did what I did. So our watches also come with the luminosity. I'm not sure if you can see it here.
Yeah, well, we saw a glimpse of it on the screen just a second ago of the Superluminova.
Cool. Yeah, and the reason why I wanted the Superluminova is that when you're on a red-eye flight, you really can't see anything on the plane, actually. So having that glow helps to see the time, tell the time. And it's the same as well when you go, when you're on the dive, you want to be able to tell time underwater. And that's why the Superluminova was a very important and key criteria for us when we developed and designed the watches.
And you've got additional layers of it, so it's not just your typical Superluminova.
No, we actually put in about 5 layers, and we did multiple times of testing for the watches. So the original plan was for 3 layers, and we weren't happy with it, so we added more layers.
More.
Yeah.
More is more.
Yeah, correct.
And for the gearheads out there, tell us about the movement or anything of note about this.
Okay, so here's a Seiko NH35, which is a very reliable. It's a workhorse, right? And I think what we wanted to do with our watches was to price it affordably, because that's what I believe a watch should be. A watch should be something that everyone should be able to have access to and appreciate. So one very important criteria is to price it affordably and have a good quality watch. And the movement, being an NH35, is one of the best and most reliable out there, So that's something that I really, really wanted in the watch. Yeah. So for our watches, we also use stainless steel. We use a screw-down crown for both the bezels, for the top bezel, the internal bezel, as well as the time indicator is also a screw-down crown. Mm-hmm. So this is just, again, to protect water resistance and make sure that, it survives any adventure or rugged adventure that you have out there. The last thing you want is a flooding in your watch when you're out on a holiday. It's the most irritating thing that you can get, I guess.
Yeah, well, you mentioned you have a second watch too, which is an ocean watch, and you're a diver, you'd mentioned. So you must know about what you need underwater.
Yeah. So when I did the ocean watch, okay, sorry, it's a little bit, yeah. Okay. When I did the ocean watch, there are a few things that I was looking out for. One is clear readability. So I wanted a clean dial. So a clean dial was very, very important. One of the reasons why 12X watches are made a little bit big at 44 mm is because of this reason as well. Because when you go diving, a small watch is really difficult to read underwater. So I just wanted something that was very easy to just tell the time, because the goggles interfere, the lack of light is also a big interference. So something with a clean dial, large fonts, easy to read fonts was something that was very important to me, and that's what I created. And again, the luminosity was an important factor for us. And I wanted also a date window, because I'm a bit of a traditionalist when it comes to watches. I do like my dates on a watch because I always lose track of time. Right? Yeah, so that's why I'm a bit of a traditionalist there, So our dive watches also feature the same screw-down crown to protect the water resistance as well.
And so these are, I'm just looking at you, and we've been talking a little bit about women's timepieces or ladies' timepieces, and these obviously have a masculine quality to them. Tell us about your philosophy on ladies' timepieces. Do they obviously, from your perspective, it sounds like you just want a good watch that does the things you want it to do.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to ladies' watches, I'm very extreme. I really love my feminine watches. But if not, I appreciate the extreme male watches as well. There's a reason why ladies like the men, the male designs or the men's SKUs, right? Because watches have traditionally been known as a all boys club kind of thing, And me being a female, I do feel that this is, I wanted to showcase that girls know watches as well. So I wanted to design a watch that was more masculine with 12X, because, hey, yeah, this is a boys' club, but I know what I'm doing as well. So it's a little bit of a perhaps maybe an ego trip, I'm not sure, but it's just to say that, and most watches in the world are anyway male designed, so it's something that I do want to put a mark for my family legacy as well as for myself, to say that we are in the watch business.
Yeah, you certainly know what you're talking about, no doubt. And tell us, I forgot to ask what the Sky Collection retails for, and the Ocean piece for that matter.
Sure. The Sky Collection retails for USD $329. You can get it at our website at www.12x.com. Ocean is at $285. Right now we're having a promotion where you get about 10% off and an additional strap, which is great because then you have something to play around with as well. Yeah. So that's so we are very affordably priced again, because it's a strong belief that I feel that everyone should be able to afford a good quality watch.
Yeah, and are you targeting buyers? I mean, is the U.S. a big market for you? Are you finding people are coming to you from Singapore as well? Where are you primarily getting recognition?
So we are focusing a lot on the USA. And then of Singapore is important because it's a home base, and like you mentioned, Singapore is a place where there are a lot of watch lovers, but the focus right now is on the USA. Because I think the US is a big market with a lot of appreciation for micro brands and for smaller brands to showcase themselves. They know that the micro brands offer very, very good value in terms of what is in the specifications of the watch. So yes, the US market is a huge focus right now because of the market is maturing quite fast when it comes to micro brands.
Yeah, and how are you active on Instagram? How are you getting your name out there besides events like this?
Sure. So a lot on Instagram, a lot on Facebook, working with various influencers around the world as well, just to get the word out there, just to showcase what we are all about. Not just that we are a very functional watch, but we are a very sexy watch to wear on a day-to-day basis as well.
Do you get women stopping you when you're out and about on the street in Singapore saying, that's a cool piece, it doesn't, it looks a little masculine, I like that? I mean, are women drawn to the pieces as much as men, or do you get men stopping you mostly?
I think men tend to stop me a little bit more because I'm wearing one right now, right? And because of my smaller build, I think the watch really stands out. So, and I think the finishing quality of the watch is just there, So when I have friends who would take a look at my wrist and say, hey, what do you have out on your wrist? And they'll be very surprised at what we're pricing it, and they'll be like, okay, I think you need to charge more, Pam. Yeah.
And so what is this? I mean, you started about a year ago, and then 6 months in or so, COVID hit. What have you spent a lot of time doing? Have you been online connecting with people virtually like this?
I think the most important thing to do right now in times of COVID is to really connect with people using social media, and just engaging with any questions and inquiries, just to make sure that our name gets out there. All along, honestly, with COVID, there has been challenges. Like, it's a bit hard. I still believe in the personal interaction with customers, and I like that, and I miss that with the last MicroLux, But at the end of the day, I think being based in Singapore, and with the help of social media, it was always the plan to use social media a little bit more to talk about the brand, to showcase the brand, be it, and you have to get more creative, like with more pictures and videos on wrist roll, even exploring things like augmented reality with the watches was also was something in the pipeline as well.
Yeah. And what might be next for you? I've been asking people today what their plans are for 2021. Let's all hope it's an easier, smoother year than 2020. But what are you thinking in terms of new products or anything new?
Yeah, so I definitely want to work on what I would call a land collection. So 12X was meant to be sea, land, and air. So I want definitely look at a land collection. And the other collection I'm thinking of might be another dive, and possibly playing a little bit with introducing bracelet models as well. And as well as possibly introducing something a little bit smaller to target a bit more women as well, or men who prefer smaller size items, because that seems to be a little bit of the trend in the market for a bit smaller size. Yeah, so even though we're at 44 millimeters, we do sit quite well because of our short lugs. Yeah, but it seems that people, if you're selling online, people just look at the diameters, and it might be, there seems to be a demand for a slightly smaller one.
Yeah, I find that with people's love and return to vintage of late, a lot of people are drawn back to those sizes rather than the bigger styles we saw in the early 2000s. But I think there's room for everybody. It really depends on your wrist and your personal style.
Exactly. Yeah, well, but I do feel that I would like a slightly smaller one as well, just to give a bit more variety to the collection. But yeah, definitely thinking about what to do for a land, and possibly how to do another ocean collection as well.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's hope we can all travel to some cool places and dive and do all the fun things your watches are built for soon. All right. Yes. Well, Pamela, it was so nice to meet you and to hear more about Twelf-X and about your inspiration. Yeah. And hopefully we'll all cross paths soon in person one day.
Yeah, so nice to meet you, Victoria. If you're ever in Singapore, give me a buzz, no problem.
We'll go eat. My favorite city to eat. If you don't like food in Singapore, there's something wrong with you. Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, Pamela.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Victoria.
Great. Well, up next, we've got at 4:30, it's going to be the founder of Seaholm, an Austin-based brand. So tune back in just 10, 13 minutes or so. We'll see you then. Hey everyone, welcome back. I've got Todd Adams, founder of Seaholm, brand based out of Austin, Swiss made. Hey Todd, great to see you.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for having me.
My
This is
pleasure.
great.
Yeah, we've got some really cool packaging here. We'll definitely get to that. I don't know
Thanks.
if you can see this, but yeah, we'd love to first of all, tell us about what it is to be a watchmaker based out of Austin, working with multiple continents. Tell us about the brand and how it was founded.
Well, the brand was founded in 2015. We actually started a little bit before that, but we worked with some designers out of Switzerland that are great guys. A group called White Brand Design. They've designed everything from some pretty classic watches that you've seen before to some of HYT's models, which are really high-end type stuff. But it took us a while to find the right fit as far as designing goes. We wanted to build watches from scratch. We didn't look at a manufacturer where we might look at different pieces and parts and put them together. We built our watches, basically from the beginning, from scratch. And we started in 2015. We did prototyped and developed for almost 3 years, and then we launched in 2018. So we've been kind of working to build the brand and kind of doing it in a slower way. We've developed by word of mouth for sure, and that's been great. But my background is a little different too. I'm not a watchmaker by trade. I worked in the outdoor industry. I worked for a company called Yeti Coolers for 7 years prior to this. So I come from a different kind of world and a different mindset maybe about what I wanted to see in a watch and what I thought about how watches should work and perform, and that's how really Seaholm developed.
And so what was that thinking that you wanted to see in a watch? And it sounds like they're all pretty rugged.
Right, it's a little more durable. We do make a more durable watch. They're all tested to the highest standards for water resistance, and that's very important to us. So we test each one in water, in a water chamber, and we do hot plate testing before and after to make sure there's no condensation. We also have an iron Faraday cage around it, so it is anti-magnetic. And they are all also more shock resistant. We have a proprietary mount that we use that we actually did test by dropping them from 10 feet off a ladder. We had a firm in the US that did it for us because we asked some of the Swiss testing firms and they didn't understand why we would want to make it more durable. So we did our own testing. We do have a more durable watch, and that kind of came from my background in the outdoor industry where performance is really important. So, when you bring a new product to market, people ask about the performance metrics, and what we wanted to do, and you can see that on our website and a white paper we have as well, is we tell you how we tested it. We tell you what we've done, how we've developed it, and why it's different. So instead of just saying we have a durable watch, we can tell you how durable it is.
That's cool. I mean, I think people are drawn to that. So let's look at the first one. There's a limited edition, and those of you, I don't know if you can see these packaging is super cool. There's a compass. So maybe since we're looking at it, tell us about the idea to put this in as part of the.
Well, we didn't want to just provide another box for our packaging. What we wanted to do is have something you could use. So those tubes that we make are completely watertight. We have a lot of people that use them, for outdoors and boating and things like that, or they throw them in the back of their truck or car or whatever, put whatever they need in there and they use it. You can also, put a little safety kit or something in there, strap it to your backpack. You've got a compass like that. So it is a little different. It's something you can use. You don't put your box in your closet. So it's a little bit different.
It's really cool. Honestly, I have not seen this. I've seen a lot of watch packaging. Okay, so we've got this limited edition.
Right.
It may be hard to see, but there is an actual number on the dial. So how many are there of this piece? And tell us about it.
There are 500 of them. And so it is a limited edition watch. It is different from other limited edition watches in that each dial, right above 6 o'clock, has a limited edition number on it. So each dial is handmade with the number. So we go 001 through 500. So we have a lot of people that some want a low number because they want a limited edition, low number. Other people say I want 125 because it reminds me of XYZ, or because my brother's birthday is 12/5, or my birthday is 12/5, or I've turned 50, I want 50, whatever that might be. We get a lot of people asking for different numbers for different reasons, and you can see the number on the dial. Yeah.
And can people reserve those numbers? I know a lot of people in
Asia.
Would
Sure, you can. You can just shoot us a note on our site and say, hey, do you have 125? And we can tell you, and we can get it for you if you have it. So
that's great, and it's got this really cool typeface too. I don't know, it's just distinctive.
It's just real. It actually comes from a very old military design that kind of had some bigger font and numbers on it. Everything's loomed, so like when you do go into a dark area, or if you go to have dinner or whatever and come in from the light, the number glows, Seaholm glows, every hash mark glows. So it's really distinctive. People really like it because people notice it. When
there's no missing. I mean, you definitely, no matter how your eyesight is, you're going to catch this. And I should say, before we even tackle the others, these are all automatics, right?
Yes. So they're all Swiss movements. We use Solida movements for the 3-hand watches, and then at 2894 for the chronos.
And everything is sort of designed and conceived and out of Austin, but then made in Switzerland.
Yeah, made and our design team in Switzerland we had really firm ideas of what we wanted aesthetically, but they were so good at building a watch. I mean, it's really quite different to have a really well-made built watch compared to one that kind of comes from pieces and parts, and you can tell a difference in the quality when it's kind of built from the ground up, and so that's what we wanted to do, and we wanted to use the best guys to do it, and they really helped us then kind of find, from a major manufacturing point of view, really, really good partners there as well. So. And
this was that agency you mentioned at the start. Right?
Yeah.
What are they called again? Did you
White
say?
Brand Design is the name of it. So
they've
won, I think, 6 Red Dot awards. They're very, one of the few designers that are very, kind of talked about in a lot of different brands use from time to time. So they've been around a while.
In Geneva or Zurich or?
They're based out of Neuchâtel, really, actually. So a little different, yeah.
Yeah, but that's heart of watchmaking, so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Great. Well, so we've got the next one, I believe, is a chronograph. Let's see what we've got. Again, love the packaging. Surfer's Journal for anybody who's a fan of.
Yeah. So with those tubes, we've also done from time to time some custom stuff like that with the Surfer's Journal. They are selling them on their site, and so you can buy kind of a special package through them of our watch.
Oh, that's great. That's going to catch a lot of people. So tell us about the chronograph.
So the chronograph is a kind of a basic chronograph. I think it's from a design perspective, and that's the blue one.
Yeah.
We kind of have a pink chrono hand there. So it's a little bit different from a design perspective. It's kind of cool that way.
Mm-hmm.
We don't use a tachometer. We use a telemeter. So we call that one the flats watch. And
what's the difference
between
between
being is that a telemeter tells you distance.
Okay.
Back in World War I, they used it to triangulate mortar shells, so they could see the flash of the mortar, hear it, and they knew how far away it was by running a telemeter. So we do that for people that are out on the water, or if you're out in open spaces, you see clouds, a storm is building, you can use that to tell you if it's coming or if it's going away. So it's one of those things that we have a lot of kind of fishing guides and fly fishing guides that use them, and they spend 200 days a year in salt water, but they'll use that feature when they're out on the water because they just don't know if it's coming to them or not. So, and those things move pretty fast, a big storm. So that's what they'll use it for. It's kind of a neat function that actually they use.
They can actually use, but even if they don't, I think a chronograph appeals to a lot of people just for just for what it conjures. And also, I forgot to ask, what are these priced at?
So, we start with our Rover, which is our field watch.
Yeah, we'll get to that, I think.
1895. The dive watch, which is called the Offshore, is 1995. The limited edition is 2,500, and those chronographs are 34.95.
Okay, so there's a kind of range. I should also say the chrono. Oh, sorry, that was a little tool, I think, to adjust the bracelet, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right.
it comes with an extra strap just to change
Yep.
out in a really cool bright yellow that you don't often see.
Yeah, so when you put that with the blue and the pink, it really is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's fun. All right, let me tuck this guy back in and see if I can get maybe the field watch or the dive watch. I can't recall which one's which, but we'll find out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
We'll get
talk
there.
about it when you get them.
All right, let me put, again, really, the compass is cool. I mean, it does seem like a very natural fit for these outdoor, these outdoor pieces.
Yeah.
Let's see here. All right, now we've got the dive watch.
Right.
So, and were these all introduced? Are any of them newer than the limited edition is pretty new?
No, when we launched, we introduced 9 models.
Oh, wow.
The reason we did that is we did, and we are opening up retail locations. So we are in some locations that sell, your typical kind of luxury watches, which, Rolex, Tudor, Panerai, whatever. We are in doors like that, but we're also in doors for higher end kind of outdoor equipment for hunting and fly fishing. So that's a whole kind of different world and market compared to kind of the luxury collector and people that know a lot about watches. We sell to some outdoorsmen and people that use them, but they don't really know what an automatic watch is. They hadn't seen one before. We've had people call us and say, "Hey, you sent me my watch, it's broken," and I'm like, just give it a shake. And they shake it and they're like,
"Oh no,
are you kidding me? What is this?" So
yeah,
it's a little different world. And, it's kind of interesting to see the light go off when they realize what an automatic watch is. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Those of us who are so entrenched in the world of watches, you're like, how did you not know? But of course.
Yes. It's amazing how many people out there, especially men, that don't know much about watches or nice watches or an automatic watch. And, I've had plenty say, I would never buy a watch, at that price point, and I wear, a Timex or whatever. And I'm like, just put it on, just give it a try. And, once they get a nice watch on, they're hooked. So.
Yeah, well, let's cover your last model that we have here, which I believe is going to be the Rover. And then I can ask you a little bit more, a few questions that have bubbled up. So this one's got a cool white dial. So was this one of your, well, I suppose you just said you launched at 901. So tell us about the Rover.
So the Rover is, a kind of basic field watch, although we did make it more durable and highly water resistant. So, it's a watch, you wear every day, all the time. And that's what we wanted for all of our watches, is that, when you put it on, you don't take it off, you wear it and you wear it all the time. And, so if you swim, if you, whatever you might do, it stays on your wrist. And so, the Rover is a great field watch, but it also is aquatic for us. I mean, you can use it, in the water and everything like that. And when we designed them, we wanted them to be really easy to read and functional. We wanted that to be kind of our core of what we do. And so everything, when you take a quick glance, you can see very easily what the time is. We want to use big numerals, hands that were easy to see, double dome crystals, so there's no glare or distortion. Everything like that. We wanted it to be a real functional, easy to use timepiece.
Yeah, I'm looking at the crystal. It looks great. Super. It just has a really nice feel to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and very legible, which again is key to these adventure watches. I'm wondering. So you mentioned you're going to be or looking to expand into retail. Is the Austin headquarters, is that a focus? I mean, do you promote that as sort of a Texan sensibility on Swiss?
A little bit here and there. I mean, it's who we are and where we are. although for us, what's important are the watches. You know, it's the design, it's the durability, it's the use and the easy to read part of it. But Austin's home, you know, I've lived here for 25 years. And so, you know, it's part of our life and it's part of our DNA and who we are, but we don't, you know, say, yeah, we're not, it's not who we are as a brand. It's just part of who we are, you know, as we have kind of built the company. But for us, it's really about the durability and, you know, the features that we've kind of built into these watches that are kind of different from anything else out there.
And so you came from the outdoor industry, and you mentioned Yeti. What were you an enthusiast? Were you a collector already, or how did you decide?
You know, I just like a lot of different people. I guess people come to it at different ways from different points of view. It just, you know, I don't know what got into me, but I just, you know, started getting interested in watches, and I was one of those people that didn't really know what an automatic watch was 10 years ago, and I, you know, bought one and I was like, well, this seems broken, and same kind of thing. And I got really interested and excited about it, and, you know, just kind of my personality. Then I go down the rabbit hole of wanting to learn everything about them. So I did, and, you know, started like some others where I modded Seikos and different things, and got into, you know, working with the movements and looking at them. And, you know, I just grew to love them. And really, I think it's, you know, from my point of view and my age and having children, and, you know, you want something kind of nice that one day you want to hand down, or you know, something that you build that will last a very, very long time, that people can use and do anything with, and they'll last. And that's really kind of our ethos. You know, that's, you know, we want them to be used all the time, and we want people to have them for a long time. And it's how we work as far as customer service. We do all of our repairs here in Austin. We do them in a few days to a week, maybe, if we do have any kind of issues. So, you know, we've had people drop them and crack a sapphire crystal. We fix it in a few days and send it back. So, you know, unlike a Swiss brand or anything like that, where, you know, you're going to send it back for quite a long time, it's not, you know, how we work. But yeah, so it's a little bit different, and we wanted to launch 9 watches so that when we did put them into retail doors, when they did sell a watch, we can replace it with very easily, and they can, you know, go on and keep selling. If the Blue Rover does well for them, then they can sell, you know, quite a few of those in a year if they want to. So it's not where you kind of get a few watches, and once you're sold it, you don't get another. And
yeah,
you know, we just kind of work from a different perspective. But
and is the easiest way for people to buy them now, is it on your site, SeaholmAutomatic.com, or? Yeah,
Seaholm Automatic is the automatic.com is the easiest way, depending on your location, and you can find out where we have retailers. So, you know, we are mainly in Texas, in the South right now. We do have some in DC and California. So, but we're growing.
And what's next? What's 2021 looking like for? I mean, I guess
Great
that's the question of the year. Is
Yeah,
it hopefully
yeah,
looking good?
exactly. I think you know, we had a lot of plans for expansion in 2020, especially in the retail doors, that all, you know, changed with a lot of them not being open. So it's still our plan, and it's still what we want to do. But, you know, it'll take a little more time now. But, you know, we do have an online site. You can buy from us direct as well.
And just in the 2 years since you've launched, how have you mostly connected with people? Have you done a lot of social media? Have you? I mean, prior to this, you're gone out and done events.
Well, we've done a lot more kind of in the outdoor area than we have done in kind of this area, the luxury watch area, and we have grown really by word of mouth. People get them, wear them. Their friend, their brother, their dad buys one. They might buy 2 or 3. So that is really how we've grown. You know, same for retail doors. Once kind of someone buys one, then we get quite a few that come and buy. So, you know, we don't have a, you know, big marketing budget. We're not splashing a lot of cash that way. Although we do stuff in the Surfer's Journal and some outdoor magazines. We tend to be more targeted and kind of have grown word of mouth.
It's great to see, and even today, just how many American brands there are from an industry that was so big, in the early 20th century, late 19th century, to virtually non-existent from the 70s on. It's pretty amazing to see what's happened just in the last 5 years.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, I mean, in 2015, really, when we kicked in, even Tudor was not back in the U.S. market at that point. So from really in 5 years, I mean, there was not much in the micro brand world, and it's great to see all these people, doing, different things. And I think it's a testament to the fact that there is a world and there is a market here that for men that really like a nice watch, and it's getting it on them and having them experience that, but they come around once you do. So
yeah, for a market as mature as the U.S., there's still so much growth. It's really it's something else. I think as more people learn about the wristwatch, and obviously even the Apple Watch has probably played a role in that.
Yeah,
just people.
It may be.
Yeah.
It's hard to see that connection sometimes, but there's still a lot of men that don't necessarily want to wear an Apple Watch. It's just not who they are.
Right. But just that talk about a watch, just hearing the word watch so much and realizing there's a conversation around watches, I think,
And I think, from our, for a while there, watches, kind of with the quartz watch, just the quality wasn't there. And unless you had a Rolex or some of the other watches, you just didn't feel like you got a quality watch, and it kind of diminished people's capacity or enjoyment of them. And when you put a nice watch on somebody's wrist, they do get it. So it's cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, Todd, it's really great to meet you and hear about Seaholm and the inspiration and see these cool watches. They have a great heft to them. They feel really nice. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see you somewhere down the line in person. But thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah.
Wouldn't we all?
Yeah, it's just crazy days.
Crazy days. All right, well, thank you so much. Thanks, Todd. All right, well, next up, we've got Altivo.com presents the Casio G-Shock with Ariel Adams, founder of aBlogtoWatch, up next at 5 p.m. See you there.
Hey everyone, Ariel Adams here with aBlogtoWatch at Virtual MicroLux. This segment's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be me talking about Casio G-Shock. The sponsor of this segment is Altivo.com. Altivo was, until recently, one of my favorite watch stores in Los Angeles and the top retailer of Casio G-Shock watches, not just G-Shocks, but Casios in general. Amazing selection. Unfortunately, events a few months ago here in Los Angeles led to them being looted and out of business. And so I encourage everyone to support Altivo.com. It's a great place to buy Casio G-Shock or any Casio watches, and there are other watches. But the point right now is talk about Casio. I've known Casio for a long time, so Casio and Altivo said, hey, Ariel, why don't you talk a little bit about why you like Casio and what's going on with G-Shock and some of the new stuff. So I actually only have 3 different Casio watches here today. The first one is part of the G-Shock, the Move. And this is the newest generation of G-Shock. And if you've been into G-Shock for at least a few years, you will look at this and not recognize a lot of things because it has a brand new operating system in there. This is a heart rate monitor. This is, I guess, a smartwatch. Casio does make a full Android or the Google Wear OS powered smartwatch. This is a different type of thing, even though it does connect to your phone via Bluetooth. And this watch is an activity tracker. So it's basically everything a G-Shock is supposed to be, plus a heart rate monitor, plus an activity monitor, and has smart functionality, connects to an app on your phone. It's got GPS. It's amazing. It's well priced. And if you look right here, this is the old Rangeman. And you can see how one watch sort of evolved from the other one. So this was one of the most beautiful of modern history G-Shocks. I mean, to call a G-Shock beautiful, you can do it. I had the very first generation. I have one that's sort of a purplish pink that was a Japan exclusive that I actually purchased in Tokyo. I was actually looking for it. I found one. And the next generation Rangeman after that turned into a dive watch, interestingly enough. This watch doesn't have the Rangeman name, but I think is, for me, the spiritual successor to it. And this is, again, the GBD H1000. And there'll be future versions of this, but with the new operating system and with the entire functionality suite that you get with this, this gives you everything of past generation G-Shocks with a new experience. And I love talking about Casio because it's new things. I support the entire watch industry and I love beautiful traditional watches, but there isn't that much new things to say all the time about a mechanical watch. The engineers at Casio, who are the people that run Casio, are always thinking about new novel functionality, and it's a real technology company, and I come to all of this from a technology enthusiasm perspective, so that's why I care about it. So here again is a version of the Rangeman, and this just came out. So even though the Rangeman collection is several years old now, Casio continues to come out with new versions of it. This is the black on black one, so it's very stealthy. And I remember that what got me so excited about the Rangeman collection initially, it was the first time that I know of that Casio put what they call the ABC functionality into the G-Shock collection. Now, ABC stood for altimeter, barometer, compass, which was for a long time limited only to the ProTrek models, also called the Pathfinder at the time. And the ProTrek models, were so cool because they had this additional onboard sensors, and sometimes like 1 or 2 of them would show up in a G-Shock, but it wasn't until the Rangeman, which the full suite of the altimeter and the compass and the barometer and thermometer, but no one really uses the thermometer. So that's the first generation one. So I had that. I wore the hell out of it. I actually gave it to a cousin that was in like the Boy Scouts, and I was like, "Here, you're doing Boy Scouty stuff," and he further beat it up, but. That watch, did what exactly it was meant to do, and I love that there is all these real-world scenarios where you can, use a G-Shock to its full functionality. And I contrast that with when do you ever have an opportunity to dive to 1,000 meters? That doesn't actually happen, but you can do a lot of the things that the G-Shock was designed to do. So again, even though the Rangeman, the 9400 collection is a few years old now, it still looks and feels great and has that triple sensor functionality. But again, if you want the latest and greatest, it's hard to beat, a heart rate monitor and GPS and Bluetooth functionality. And then we have here, this is one of the MTG models. This just got updated. This is the MTG, the B1000, and this got updated to a new all-metal watch that just came out. Now, what's important here, again, is to point out that this is a metal G-Shock. This G-Shock here is, designed to have the same durability as a plastic or resin G-Shock, as they call it, which has shock resistance, and you can drop it and drive over it with a car and a tank. And again, I guess you could kill a G-Shock, but it's really hard to do. And one of the things that Casio noticed, probably starting actually a long time ago in the early 90s, is that in addition to the younger audience that was very interested in the sort of digital Casio experience, a more mature generation, even though they liked what G-Shock had to offer, which was the durability and the precision, things like that, they wanted a more traditional look, which ended up being analog dials and metal cases, polished metal cases. And so in addition to designing these highly durable G-Shock watches that could do everything and are very well priced, since the 90s, maybe even the late 80s, the G-Shock itself is from the 80s. In the late 80s and early 90s, they started making the gentleman's G-Shock. And so there was this parallel evolution at Casio where you had the well-priced, durable, resin G-Shocks for everyday life, up to soldiers and workers and things like that, to the gentleman's G-Shock, the Mr. G, as they call it. It's in the name. It was part of the development since the beginning. And for a long time, the Mr. G watches and the MTG watches were unavailable outside of Japan until the internet allowed Casio to see, oh, wow, there's a really big market for these around the world. There's a lot of people out there that want these, and so now you can get these watches anywhere. So I guess on the screen here, this is one of the MRGs. They go up to, I think it's over $8,000 now for some of the fancier MRGs. And MRG is the top line of G-Shock right now. As you can see, all analog dial, but still highly durable. I think one of the cool things is there's motors, for example, in the hands, and if it gets out of line because of extreme shock, the movement realigns the hands. There's so much cool stuff. So this here is a different version on the screen of the one I'm wearing, titanium. And so all of a sudden, these materials and these finishes that are so synonymous with traditional watches, Swiss watches, are now available in the G-Shock experience. And again, this is the lifestyle watch. This is not a purely utilitarian G-Shock family. This is a completely different type of product. And some people get it, some people don't. But I think that what Casio is the most proud of, especially based upon my many interactions with them, is the traditional jewelry stores see these and want to sell them. It used to be that like a Rolex store would never really want to carry a G-Shock, not because they didn't sell, but because this well-priced plastic tech watch made it hard or a little bit harder to sell the luxury watch, the Cartier, or even the Rolex. And so Rolex, for example, didn't want $100 watches in the store. Now all of a sudden, over the past couple of years, Casio has been able to very proudly say, we are now being sold in the same stores as Rolex. And I guess to the consumer, that's not that big of a deal. But if you would have talked to Casio executives in the 1980s, for example, and said, someday you will have watches that are at the level of being sold in the store with Rolex, that would have blown their mind. And I think it's still to a large degree blows their mind today. So we have this interesting sub-collection of G-Shock watches, the Mr. G and the ones underneath it. Now you can get metal ones for just a few $100s. Casio has incorporated so many of them into that. And I guess the reason I'm talking so much about this is that I am a watch lover, but I'm also a mature collector. I've been doing this for a long time now, and it tends to be that at some point you exit wanting to wear an inexpensive watch, not because there's anything wrong with it, because you like the detailing and the materials and the engineering in a more expensive watch. And so for a long time, it would be the fact that you would sort of grow out of your G-Shock phase, and there's many people that never had one. Now, you have collectors that are wearing Patek Philippe's, going back and wearing, for example, these all-metal G-Shocks are on the screen here, that are not flimsily made, are not particularly inexpensive, go for several $100s, if not over $1,000. That's $600 right there. I mean, Casio isn't charging that because it's an aspirational product. Like, these are much more expensive to make, and they have the same durability. So somebody wearing a watch that's like a Rolex on a metal bracelet can go to something like a G-Shock for a weekend timepiece and not really feel like there weren't anything different. And now a lot of them have Bluetooth functionality, which means they're perfectly accurate. You can control, sub-settings, for example, like the timers and the alarms and the time zone with the app, which makes it a lot more convenient because sometimes, when you're using the little buttons on the screen, sometimes you forget how they work. So Casio doesn't say, let's make a smartwatch that has to have notifications all the time. Well, they do have some watches like that. The point is, how do we have the smartphone connectivity make the watch better? And again, Casio is almost solitary. They exist in a very solitary position in the watch industry because very few companies are doing this. There are other great Japanese watchmakers, Citizen and Seiko, but they have very different types of things they're trying to develop right now. Casio really has very much a we're still making modern gadgets mentality to what they do, and I think that's great to celebrate. Now, Casio, like everyone, makes fashion products, makes some weird things, makes some, has some interesting collaborations and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, Casio is still an engineering company. And I visited Casio in Japan, and I had a very insightful experience. I remember that their plant that is in Tokyo proper, there's a lot there, but they have various types of facilities around the country that do different things. And one of them is their flagship where the highest end G-Shocks are made, the ones that they call Master of G, up to some of their other top end models. And these watches are created in a lab, very similarly to how the top Swiss watches are made, but these watches, didn't cost more than a few $1,000s, on average, or even less, sometimes in the hundreds of dollars. And the story in Switzerland a lot is in order to have this clean facility with these people wearing these outfits and these clean rooms and using all these delicate instruments, you have to spend luxury money to get that. And Casio proves, no, you don't. You can buy sort of a good quality everyday sport watch and not really have to go and spend those prices. And there's an element of pride in that. But again, if you're a gadget lover, you want a well-made gadget, which is well-finished and thoughtfully made to be attractive. And there's very few other companies other than Casio that are doing that. There are rivals, of course, and they're not alone in it. But there's so much in the variety of what they do that there's everything from the classic products to these things that are ultra modern that have functionality that professionals need. So that's, I guess, my spiel, and I hope I was able to explain to people why I'm sometimes so personally interested in Casio. Some of the comments on aBlogtoWatch are funny because they say, Ariel, it looks like you put so much more time and effort into your Casio reviews than those of other watches. Like, why is that? These aren't particularly expensive products. Some of them are just over $100. You're talking more about them than a new Rolex, and that's because there's just a lot more to say. There's novelty there. There's new materials. They're meant to do something that for example, like the carbon core structure that some of the newer G-Shocks have replaces the metal case back with this carbon piece that's sort of molded and looks cool. It makes it lighter. It makes it even more durable. There we go. That's a watch that has one of them. And it's a real novel thing. And you can talk about it, the real world implications of that. It makes it a better G-Shock. Whereas a lot in sort of traditional watch industry, the novelty makes it look nicer. It makes it something that you can charge a little bit more money for. Sometimes makes them more durable and makes them last longer, but doesn't have sort of the real world implications like the watches that are dive watches. We don't need them to go any deeper. They go just as deep as they need to go. So there's not a lot of areas to innovate, but companies like Casio that are still, again, gadget companies, they say that in a good way, are still innovating a lot. So Altivo.com, support them. They're a great place to get a good selection of Casio watches and Casio G-Shock watches. And Casio G-Shock, continue to look for their coverage on aBlogtoWatch.com. Next up at 5:30, we have Farr Swit. And then that is the last presentation of today's Virtual MicroLux. And we'll see you tomorrow for our last day of Virtual MicroLux by aBlogtoWatch. Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final segment of day 2 of Virtual MicroLux. And we are with Adam Hodge from Farr Swit, and he's from Chicago. Hey, Adam, how are you?
Great, Rich. How you doing?
Good, good. So, Adam Hodge, your name is actually in your brand, Farr Swit. Let us know about how you came up with the name Farr Swit.
Yeah. So we were, you brainstorm a bunch of brand names. It's you do product stuff like that. It gets real difficult. And my middle name is Farron. Zach Switowski, he's got the Swit, and then our other partner is Andy. So we basically took the Farr from my name, the and from Andy, and then the Swit from Switowski, and made Farr Swit. And it's pronounced officially Farr Swit, but I like when I don't mind people calling it Farr Swit because that's how it appears. And I think it also, with good brand names out there, especially with watches, it's kind of fun when you realize how to pronounce them, like Panerai. I was calling that incorrectly for a very long time before I realized how it's really pronounced.
Yeah, I remember hearing people saying, how do you say it? Is this Paneri? And
yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, so it is really good to see you. The last time we saw each other was in MicroLux Chicago last year, so it's really good to see you. Good to see you, man.
Absolutely, yeah, same here.
And you are actually from Chicago. So
yeah.
Chicago-based company, and you have great made in U.S. pride. And before I start talking about all of the other features, actually let's jump into your features. For example, here's your seaplane, and it has the Swiss Alita 200 movement, but the band is from Barton Bands, right? The silicone bands?
Yeah, so our silicone bands come from Barton. That one that's on it, that's one of our,
right.
The sailcloth
yep.
material. Yes. So
the Barton bands come, and they're from Florida. You have the leather straps, the Horween leather straps, really sharp, and that's also from Chicago. And even
Batavia, yep.
And even these boxes right here, the presentation boxes that I have here in my hand, this is also made in Florida. So you have a real made in USA quality going on.
Yeah, I can't officially say made in USA because that everything has to be made
Correct.
in. So what we do is we build the watch. We have the watch built over in Mentor, Ohio. So we have all the final assembly, the testing, the quality control, the waterproofing is all done over there. And that was really important to us because when we first did our prototypes, we went the route of having it made overseas, which you usually do. And it got back, and I wasn't happy with the quality of it. And so we basically scrapped it, started over, with brand new tooling and everything, and went with, the guys over in Mentor. And then we started saying, we want to have this as based locally as possible. So yeah, we bought boxes, spent more than we probably needed to, but I like getting them locally, in the US at least, from Florida company. And then, I love the Barton bands. So those guys were over in Austin. I was like, let's just do a deal, and
they do a great job.
Put those on. Yeah. So that's one of the things I think actually makes our watch a step up, a level up.
Sure.
Is that we do everything here. So for example, if somebody has an issue, you send it to me. I get it. I'm going to resolve your issue. If we send it to a watchmaker locally by me, or if we bring it all the way back to the factory, which is over in Mentor, Ohio, we get it done quickly. And if it's not to your liking, or if it's going to be a long lead time, like sometimes with watches, I will send you a new one. And that's kind of one of our 3 pillars is, we want to make a product that's super high quality, that's got the specs that anybody who's a watch nut will like. And then we want to have some of the best top level customer support out there. So if we want to take care of everybody, because I think if you have a good product and bad customer support, you really lack a lot. And then our third thing is the charitable donations. We want to stay heavily involved with charities, and we've done so since day one. So those kind of 3 all tie together to help make our company, which is kind of ironic because there's 3 of us.
Talk about that charity moment, but I also want to return to the level of customer service that people expect from Farr Swit. So you originally, when you were looking for quality control or QC to have done to your watches, they were done internationally, but you didn't like what you saw there before you eventually had them done here in the U.S. in Ohio. What was it about the international QC that you did not like and said, I just don't feel comfortable here, I'd rather have it done in the US?
So it's that extra level of detail, and you know it when you get, like, you know, when you buy a Rolex, just the way the steel is done. And I'm not saying I'm a Rolex, but the difference between a mid-level watch to a higher-end watch, there's just small, minute, almost invisible details that you can feel that you don't necessarily see. I mean, it's the finishing of the steel, the brushing of the steel. It's the way the waterproof. It's the way that bezel clicks. And if you watch YouTube reviews on our seaplane, that's something everybody says is how satisfying that click of the bezel is. And it's small things like that that I think were done right at the right level versus, the stuff I got back. We had a Miyota 8000 in it, which I'm not going to knock it. It just didn't fit what we were trying to build. And that's kind of why we went with who we went with. And the fact that if I want to go drive and pick it up, I can pick it up.
Right.
You know, if stuff gets stuck and then you got stuff through customs, I like to have it
more control.
Done here.
You like to have control.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But so when it was international, was it when you received the product back, like you trusted them, okay, do your QC, and then you got it back, and then when you said, and then you just looked at it and said, this is not what I expected? Or did you actually, or both, witness in the facilities there that this is just really sloppily done?
No, it was more so I got the finished product and
it's
missing something. And I did not feel comfortable going that route. So we found our good partner, Chris Wyden, and over at Loom Tech, and we work with him, and everything comes out great. And he also has the best loom, which is we can talk about with the new model. The loom I love the loom.
The loom, the loom is great. So over there in Loom Tech, when you got the sample back, it was just like day and night, right? No pun intended with your watches, but absolutely. And then you said, okay, that's it. This meets the Farr and Swit expectations. You have our business.
Yeah, we're ready to go. When I make a decision and I'm comfortable, we go.
Yep. So you have the two models here, the seaplane. You have it in steel, and you have it in the black, the PVD edition. I have the black one. I've had it for over a year now, and so I can tell you that the quality is there. I've experienced zero issues with it. I really like the dial, and I think on screen right there we're seeing the Horween strap. That was a really nice looking strap. So we have.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. So like I touched on earlier, you have the Sellita 200 movement in here. And this is in 42 millimeters, and I like everything about it. I like the turn action on the bezel, and interestingly, the bezel inlay. Tell us about the bezel inlay, what the material is on here. This is not your common. This is not ceramic, as people might assume, or steel.
Yes.
What is it?
Yeah. So what we actually put on here is I saw on a past watch that I had an IWC. It's sapphire crystal.
Mm-hmm.
The only adjustment that I made was I had a slight bevel to it, so it'll catch the light a little better. So yeah, I mean this thing, it's scratch resistant. It's not going to get anything on it, and it just has such a beautiful pop.
Yeah.
And I'm holding the Midnight Landing, and I put it on that Horween leather strap because I just love the way that black and brown look. But that's just another extra thing that not a lot of brands out there go with the sapphire crystal bezel, and it's a really great touch, especially in the sunlight.
It is. It's one of the things that I noticed, this sheen to it. It wasn't ceramic, but it had that little bit different sheen. And when I learned out what it is, I thought, this is really impressive. It's just a very pretty dial, too. So tell us about the dial, because for here, it's sort of like the top half has this starry night kind of version, and underneath the other half, it has this waves, which is really like water. Tell us how you came up with this design on the dial.
So this is kind of a brainchild of Andy, who's our main designer. We went with the seaplane name, so then we started with doing a lot of stuff with the seaplane, and then we had some wave pattern, and then slowly, honestly, the sky kind of opened up. The sky started small, and then it kind of just opened up, and then we're like, wow, when we split the dial, which I really haven't seen a lot of cases out there, as in types of watches that have anything that looks like this out there, with the texture below, and then above we've got the slight starry pattern. And what we did was, what I think we executed well on, was it's subtle. So in first glance, no one's going to really necessarily pick it up. It just, you get little shimmers, and then when someone says, "Oh, I like your watch," that's when you kind of, you take it off and pass it to them, and they look at it, they go, oh, wow, this is amazing. I didn't even see this. So that's something I think is really great about the seaplane. It's hard to photograph sometimes. I know that. But yeah, and then the putting the seaplane image on the dial itself. Oh, I always kind of joke about it. I'm like, it's a bit of a gamble because if you put it on incorrectly, it can look almost cartoonish, right? Mm-hmm. And I think we get just the right size, right location, and in the feedback we get from our customers and even just reviewers and that kind of stuff, that we nailed that one. So
yeah, I know. I think so too.
The dials are one of my favorite parts.
Yep, it is, and the hands, it almost has like a fume effect with the blue hands. How did you come up with the design of the hour and minute hands?
So it's a seaplane, right? So the idea with a seaplane is we're trying to mesh a diver and a pilot. So what we did was we took the blue kind of surrounded style pilot hands, and then we went with the bright lume that you find in pilot watches, and then of course we have a kind of a more familiar case shape. I mean, 42 millimeter, dive watch style. We added a little bit of spice and flavor to the texturing on the outside of the bezel, with the interrupted notching. So we just did small things because we don't want to be, no offense to homage companies, but we don't necessarily want to be that.
Right.
Someone actually described it really well. They said you keep it familiar, but you've made it very unique.
Yeah, it is definitely a very attractive dial. The quality is there, but yet Farr Swit is still a very a small brand run by the three of you. But I've also noticed that your watches aren't just sold only online. You found a way to get them into some brick and mortar stores, mainly around Chicago. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think we'll stick locally because I want to be able to support the guys who are here. So we've got a men's store over in Geneva named Model for Men. It fits perfectly with the type of clothes they sell. We've got some jewelry stores that we're discussing with in the Chicagoland area as well. You don't want to run so fast that you stumble and fall over. You got to be able to make sure you can support them, and we've got a guy over in Lake Geneva, and we had like a country club over here that was carrying them as well. So yeah, it's kind of fun because when you have them in the retail, people can not only come across them, but then I'll have guys send me, messages, and I'll be like, hey, honestly, this right here is a little tough because that watch, you really got to hold it to feel, to see the full quality. So I can send them to one of the stores and say, hey, if you want to feel comfortable, try it on, go ahead to that store and, put it on, check it out and buy it there.
It's certainly not an easy task as a newer brand, as a smaller brand, for a store to take a chance and carry your product. Yet it must have been the quality that when you sent it out that they said, sure, this is good enough for our store, we'll carry this. So that the very first store that you mentioned, that must have been quite an accomplishment for Farr Swit.
Yeah, I mean, what I like to do with them is, it's something fun for them to put at their store. So if you have a whole row of Seikos, that's very cool. But it's always great to just throw in something different. Hey, what's this? It's just a local Chicago guy. Here's some information on it. If you go out there, you'll see it. It gets rave reviews. Here, hold it, feel it. Here's all the stuff that comes along with it. The guy lives nearby. He pops in here now and then. He's very approachable. All three of us, we want, I encourage people to, hit me up on Instagram and all that kind of stuff. Because I think that's what makes a small brand so fun, is that you can talk to them. You can get feedback. You can bounce back and forth. I had someone send me a message. They found a strap on Amazon that was the blue absolutely matched our blue. And he's like, check out this, that kind of stuff. Yeah. I love that interaction with customers. And I think, when we do start to grow and scale, that is the one part I want to hold on to as tight as possible, is the interaction with customers.
Yeah. So in the store, it sounds like it's had a lot of benefits for you, for people to actually touch, feel, and experience this watch in person. Was it about what you expected, or was it a lot more after stores have been starting to carry your watches?
The stores are kind of, it's more of like a place to send people that check it out in person. And unfortunately with COVID, one of the best parts about, work with a store is you you have a launch party. You know, you can have a party, you know, and have everybody come in for an evening and you know, drink beer out of our Farr Swit glasses.
I have that.
You know, yeah, and those events are what I really love. You know, it's like going to Red Bar events, those type of things. Those are the really fun things about doing this.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, the stores have been good, but it's unfortunate with what's happened with COVID.
Yeah. So we talked about earlier, we touched on it about your charity events, and somehow Farr Swit got involved with the Chicago Cubs. And I've seen a lot of images of Rizzo, or Rizzy as people call him. How did you get in touch with the Cubs? Because that's a pretty big feat.
It was from another charity event. So Alicia Gonzalez, she worked with the Chicago Run. So through a connection, through actually someone I knew was on the board member on the Chicago Run, and I had gone to these gala events and was like, hey, I'd love to get my watch in as a silent auction item. And I actually have some more of our stuff going on silent auction tomorrow. Monday, for their virtual event for that. And then Alicia moved over to Chicago Cubs. I just kept in touch with her, and you know, we donate stuff for silent auctions. We participate any way we can. We had a little fun program where we were donating $25 to Cubs charities every time a watch was sold. And I know any charity out there right now it's a tough year because there's no events, you know, other than a couple of virtual things. So all the money that's getting donated for that, it's really tough for them. And that's the other thing is with that food. We did the food bank, the Northern Illinois Food Bank near us, which we've been contributing to as well with our T-shirts. We donate every half the profits to that. So
right. So I know you pretty well, and I know this goes without saying, but you must have taken it really hard when the Cubs got bounced so early this year.
Yeah, and it was horrible.
Still recovering.
Oh man, and it was, you know, it was not fun because there were 1 o'clock games during the week when I'm trying to homeschool my kids.
How's that going for you? Is that harder than you might have thought?
Oh man, that's a challenge. Let's talk about watches, Rich.
Sounds like the watches are the easier part between the two. So
yes.
Here's your presentation. This is the bag that the watches come in. It's a pretty sizable bag. What was
5 liters.
Yeah, and what was? But you know, I didn't get any wine or anything here. I could have used some.
Oh shoot!
But what is the reasoning with this bag? It's a cool bag, but it's a very unusual presentation.
Okay, so you guys know, and one of my little high horses is the big watch box that I got a closet full of. Nobody else needs them. There's stuff on forums about it as well, and that was another thing when we made this watch. We said we want to have something fun and creative packaging wise. You know, we went through the waterproof hard shell boxes, but it just didn't feel right. And then I got one of these 5-liter dry bags, and the usability of it, going to the beach. I've had people who've, you know, had it save their wallet and phone when their kayak tipped over. So it's a usable thing. It's like, I'd rather give you, it floats. It's 100% waterproof. I mean, you don't want to hold it underwater for a long time, but I want to give people something, like I said, it's just a very basic box that you can keep or you can recycle. And then I wanted to come in something fun. And I thought a 5-liter dry bag was really fun. And we're going to continue that with the next model as well. This
is exactly what one of our producers was just saying right before you came on. He looked at the bag and he said, I think this is one of those bags exactly like you just explained. This is a cool story. It is a very great presentation. I just don't get to the beach as much as I would like. So what is next for Farr Swit? You got the 2 seaplanes. What's next for you guys?
So I shared with you briefly, and we actually just launched it. I just launched it on our site. I just kind of pushed it right before we got on. We've got a new model called the Wayfinder. So this is going to be a little unique. So we have taken the same style case as the seaplane, so 42 millimeter. It's going to have a similar shape dive pattern.
There it is.
Style.
There it is. Really nice.
But what we're going to do is we're going to power it with a quartz movement, a VH31 Seiko, which has the sweeping seconds hand. And you know, one of my MOs when starting this was to get people into watches, more so get people into quality automatic watches. And in doing this, you know, we're a year in, we've realized that there's a lot of people out there who are interested, but it's still a big leap to try and get into like a $600 watch like ours. So what I've done is kind of created a watch to kind of, you know, as a stepping stone. And with doing that, you can have a more affordable price point. So I've got them at $389, and like with what we're running this weekend, it dropped down to $375, and I give them a 20% off MicroLux code. It's like a super early bird special, you know.
What is that code for anyone that wants?
Micro 20, MICRO 20 takes 20% off everything in the store, which is the biggest sale we've ever had.
That's great for the holiday season. These are priced appropriately, and I think it's very appropriate for the seasons that we have coming up.
Yeah, and the fun thing with the lower price point and it being a quartz is you can have a little more fun with it. So we went wild with the loom. We got 4 types of loom on it. It's a full loom dial, and it's got a very unique pattern that we partnered with Alex asked for over at. He's an artist who did our Adventure Awaits Seaplane poster. He does vintage style posters, and we partnered with him to do. He did the kind of a map topography style dial, which I don't think you'll see anything out there that looks like this.
No, it's very striking. That loom is pretty outrageous. There it is. I think we're getting a good look at. We're getting a good look at it right there. Really nice.
So it's gonna be fun.
So we're gonna switch gears a little bit from watches, because while you are a watchmaker, I've also noticed some videos that's been circulating around on YouTube and Instagram. And it was you rapping. And so when I did a double take, I said, I think that's Adam. We communicated, and you said, yes, that was you. And I thought, is this back in the day? And it wasn't that far back in the day.
It's not too long ago, no.
You also have a nickname, your rap name, called Saint Chuck.
Yeah, I'm not making a comeback. Don't call it a comeback anytime soon. But yeah, that was me having fun up on stage. Yeah, good times.
So how about showing us your other side from watchmaking? And let's see Saint Chuck. You want to give us a little sample?
Yeah, I can. It's a little rusty, but we'll see if we get a little flow here. All right. So I'm old school, right? So I got real kind of old school style lyrics. All right, here we go. All right. 1, 2, 3 in the place to be. And if you're down with talking watches, then you're down with me. Couldn't be there in person. We do this online. I got a Farr Swit, so I'm always on time. Here I rhyme again. Do this all night and day. Hanging with your boy Rich in his Q&A. Done with this, I hit the MicroLux show. Okay, that's it. Yo, I'm done. I got to go.
That was good, man. That was good. Adam Hodge, aka Saint Chuck.
Yes.
The producers are clapping in there in the background. They actually they thought you were really good. So Adam Hodge, thank you so much for joining us and spitting out those lyrics. You're from Farr Swit, and where can we learn more about Farr Swit?
FarrandSwit.com, Farrand, Swit.
SWIT with one T.
Yeah, SWIT, not Swift, Swit, SWIT.
Adam, thanks so much for joining us, and I'll see you the next time.
All right, thanks, Rich.
Yep. So that wraps up day 2 of MicroLux, and I would like to thank our sponsors, eBay, Bhindi Jewelers, and Breitling, along with our participating brands today. We've had Circula, Crude, Endatto, Lesablier, Ron and Chad, Twelf-X, Seaholm, Casio with Altivo, and we just had Farr Swit, aka Saint Chuck. So join us again, same time tomorrow for our final day of VML. And again, stay tuned, because we are going to have the virtual chat rooms, and there are going to be a few brands that are participating. So their links are somewhere in the description of the video, and you'll be able to find those or copy those and paste them. Join them. I know some of them are offering some special deals during those Q&A sessions, so we highly encourage you to join those sessions. This is Rich, signing off for MicroLux. We'll see you again tomorrow. Have a good night.